Live streaming now.
I think we're waiting still on a couple of council members. So if you'll be patient with us, we'll start our meeting shortly.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, Rick. We're just waiting on another council member, and then we'll get started here.
I'm just going to mute you for the flag salute so we're not talking over each other, Rick. Is Jennifer the only one that we're missing?
Yes.
Oh, there she is.
So Mike, no coffee, but Jennifer will appreciate this when she comes on. I got my dark salted chocolate bar instead for my caffeine hit.
Okay, we're on our way over there. Greg, welcome to you as well. We've got everyone on mute for our flag salute, but thank you. We look forward to your presentation tonight. Well, I think we can go ahead and get started. I see that all the council members are here. I don't see everybody personally, but I see they're logged on. With that, I want to welcome everyone to the meeting tonight. Good evening. Welcome to the Duval City Council meeting for May 18th, 2021. It's now 7:04 in the evening. My name is Mike Remington. I'm one of our city council members and Mayor Pro Tem. Mayor Okerlander will be joining us shortly. In the meantime, I'll go ahead and head up our meeting. With that, please join me in the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Clerk, will you please take the roll call?
Councilmember Brudnicki.
Here.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Here.
Councilmember McHenry.
Here.
Councilmember Remington.
Here.
Councilmember Hoag.
Here.
Councilmember Naplin. She is still connecting to audio. I can see her screen. Councilmember Legel.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Under additions or corrections to the agenda, please add under consent agenda payroll for May 5th, 2021 through May 20th, 21 in the amount of $374,409.02. Please add claims for May 18th, 2021 in the amount of $71,993.37. Under scheduled items, if there are no objections from the council, we will simply have our mayor provide the mayor's report when she arrives. It looks like not, so we'll inform the mayor she can provide that when she gets here. Are there any council members that would like to speak this evening? Councilmember Naplin? Councilmember Langle? Thank you. One of the items in our consent agenda is a single touch item that had to do with the disc golf It's actually an agenda bill. And with that, I'd like to ask if there's a motion to suspend our council procedures in section 5.6. Oh, Jody, go
Sorry,
ahead.
you have to adopt the agenda first, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I did skip that. Do we have a motion to approve this evening's council agenda?
So moved, McHenry.
Do I have a second?
Second, Rudnicki.
So moved by Councilmember McHenry and seconded by Councilmember Brudnicki. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Jody, should I do the consent agenda or shall I go ahead and do the motion first or ask for a motion?
Do the motion to suspend the rules first.
And again, this is just, as we've discussed on the agenda bill for disc golf, to be able to authorize the city to move forward in doing some of the early prep and study. So with that, is there a motion to suspend council procedures in section 5.6, requiring additional review and finalize all items within the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second,
Moved by-
Rudnicki.
Moved by Councilmember Hoag, seconded by Councilmember Brudnicki. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Do we have a motion to approve this evening's consent agenda? So moved by Councilmember McHenry, second by Councilmember Langle. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. Motion passes. Moving on to comments from the audience. City Clerk, have we received any comments in writing?
We have not, and I am in the process of allowing our 2 attendees to unmute and speak now if they wish to do so.
Thank you. The clerks admitted you to our meeting. Please unmute yourself, state your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak. So you can just simply unmute yourself if any of our 2 guests would like to speak.
Looks like Cass is unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. You're
Well-
welcome to take 3 minutes here. Thank you.
I'm just attending as a representative of the Duval Chamber of Commerce. And the Chamber would just like to thank the city for all of the support that we've gotten through COVID and for all of the hard work that you do. And we don't have, we have Father's Day specials coming up in some of the local businesses. So you can watch for those. And that's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head, but we just want to thank you for serving the city.
Cass, thank you so much. Anyone else like to speak? Not seeing any. We'll move on to scheduled items. First again was the mayor's report, which we were going to cover fireworks update, but we'll cover that when she arrives. Next is King County Fire District 45, Chief Burke.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight, share a few things that are going on with the fire department. So calls, April is statistically our slowest month, and we ran exactly our average of 80 calls for the month. Brings our year-to-date total to 345, which is 9 more than the rolling 5-year average for the same time period. So far, May has picked up and we've run 57 so far. With personnel, Monday was our first day for our new administrative assistant. We welcome Carol Robertson, who is hired to fill the vacancy created by retirement. If you happen to call the station or come by once things open, please stop in and say hello to her. We are very fortunate to have her and looking forward to having her for many years to come. Just a reminder that our new deputy chief is just under a month away. He will start on Wednesday, the 16th of June. I speak to him pretty regularly. He's very excited, and I will have him, if we're in person by then, on the council delivery, or virtually, I'll try to have him for a proper introduction, and we'll work on that relationship moving forward. Moving to COVID, I'm very proud to report that we've had 4 of our fire officers that have deployed to help with vaccination sites, both fixed sites and mobile delivery in Yakima. Now, not all at the same time, we aren't that big, but they've all been doing critical work, and we've still got one there that'll be demobilizing probably towards the end of the month. I am tied to that, and not just because of their efforts, but in concert with many other efforts throughout the county. I'm happy to report that Dr. Ray, our medical director, informed us Monday that of the adults in King County, over 70% have received at least one dose of the vaccination. And of those that have received 2 doses, we're over 50%. So you can see why the CDC has relaxed the mask environment. We're waiting on labor and industries and stuff like that to take effect for our station, and the governor will follow suit. But very, very encouraging news. And while we still see a little bit of uptick in positive test results, hospitalization and fatality rates are dropping immensely. And so that's really good news, and not just for our people, but for everybody involved. And I'll be very happy to be without a mask soon. So we'll keep you posted as we learn. Last thing I have on my list has to do with the wildland season. And if you remember, late last year, I reported that we hired 5 new firefighters to help staff the second station. Well, the last 2 of those 5 are receiving their wildland fire training this month. And so all of our people will be equipped with personal protective equipment, tools, and education, and ready to go for what we're forecasting to be a very busy season. We've had this, the forecasts are the forecast, just like weather typically. They're the only profession where you can miss and still have a job. But all the indicators are that it could be a pretty intense wildland season, which will segue in. I believe the mayor is going to speak a little bit about fireworks, and not to steal any of her thunder, but the fire department's working with the police department, and we will hopefully have a presentation for council at the second meeting in June. That is our plan. So with that, I won't take much time. I know you have some guests that will speak, but I'll be happy to entertain any questions if anybody has any.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, Chief, I was just curious, is there any theme or particular inconsistency in the calls you've gotten in recent times? Anything unusual, or is it just typical stuff going on?
Well, a couple of reports ago, I talked about the mental health circumstances, and that stuff's kind of cyclical. We'll have a run of 3 or 4 of those within a week, and then it'll quieten down for a little bit, and not the same patients. So I would say we're continuing to see some of those people that have a little bit of that anxiety related to the pandemic and all of its side effects. But then we've seen a little bit of an uptick in motor vehicle accidents. And so if you follow the Duval Community Discussion Board and the other social media sites, you'll see that 203 was backed up in between here and Monroe, south of town, around the roundabout. There's been several, but I'm happy to report that it's not anything driving under the influence or whatever, not road rage or anything predictable. Maybe it's just circumstance, but as far as trends, I don't have anything marked to be able to tell you.
Or people learning to drive again after taking time off.
I would imagine, and probably lost their sunglasses with the beautiful weather we've had over the last few weeks.
Other questions for Chief Burt? Well, Chief, I don't see any. Thank you for joining us tonight, and please thank our staff and personnel, firefighters at the department. We're blessed to have you in your leadership position, and the hard work and all they do for our community.
Well, we appreciate that, and I thank you again for the opportunity to speak. We'll see you next time.
Okay. Good night, Chief. Well, moving on to council reports, I'll call on Councilmember Naplin first.
Thanks. I just wanted to report on my husband just delivered some tea to me, which was very kind. I attended a meeting that is run by the Save Our Snoqualmie group, and it's called the Outdoor Recreation Action Team. And I got connected with this group due to my interest in Duval Park, and Kathy Lambert connected me up with it. And I've been attending it when I can. And there were a couple interesting topics that came up. I asked a question about the Duval Park. There was a proviso that Kathy Lambert had put in that they wanted to study that park and find out what they could do to improve it and any amenities they might be able to add. But we are at the point where King County is conducting their critical area study. So they're trying to understand the environmental constraints of the site. So that is what I have heard about that. I also brought up that we are considering as a city disc golf, possibly a pump track. There was some interest from a mountain biker, a professional mountain biker, to coordinate a pump track in a community. And they reached out to Duval, and the mayor and myself had a meeting with them. And so I brought that up, that the city has, kind of been considering, should we do that? Is there a site? And one of the other sites that had been considered was Duval Park. And so I asked if that was being considered. And the feedback I got was we need to do the critical area survey first. And that is a possibility. But when I brought it up, I asked, there are a lot of members from the Snoqualmie Valley, and there is another pump track further south in Snoqualmie, I believe, and asked if there was any feedback from the communities that had pump tracks. And what they told me was that the siting of the pump track next to the trail was ideal and the key of the success, because families could come, pack up their bikes, bring them down, and they could have fun on the pump track and then go on a bike ride on the trail. So I thought that was really great feedback from a city who has a pump track. And the other thing I brought up at the meeting was the situation at Cherry Creek Falls. It's not really a City of Duval issue, but it's a community issue. And for those who aren't familiar, there is a trailhead that takes you to Cherry Creek Falls. I think it's the Macklemore Forest. I think I'm pronouncing that wrong. But there's been constant problems with parking and the impact to traffic and safety in that area. And I was asking if there was any work being done on that, because the representatives from DNR were there. And they actually said they have a design concept to provide 45 stalls of parking up there. They're still trying to work through it. The problem is they often get upwards of 100 vehicles. So it's not completely going to solve the problem. But then someone else brought up a concern for search and rescue about how difficult that site is when they are called out to rescue because of the parking and the access. So it was interesting. And if I hear any more about that project, I hope we can let the community know, because I know that's a really important recreational area for our community, and the safety concerns can be pretty serious on high use weekends. So that's my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Langel.
Okay, well, I don't have anything nearly as fun as that. But one of the things I wanted to bring up, Cooper the dog just walked in, sorry. But one of the things I wanted to bring up is that finance distributes to us the comp time and the overtime reports on a regular basis. And I read those because we are making more investments in our administration, and I'm really happy that we're able to do that. It's everything from a couple new positions in public works. We've added a little bit over in community development. We're doing a little more with interns. Those are all really good things. But it occurred to me that we don't ever talk about the relationship between our overtime comp time and the progress that is being made around administration staffing. And we certainly have a lot to talk about in that category of, staffing and hours and all of that. But I just wanted to throw that out there for council members to, take a look at those reports because they're very interesting. They're numeric, of course, but maybe they're not interesting to you, but they're very interesting to me because it helps me gauge whether we're making the right decisions and also how much more we have to look at. So that's the observation. And maybe at some point, finance can come back and we can talk a little bit more about how we're doing on comp time and overtime. And our director of finance, Dana Mason, did explain to me how that was budgeted. And Dana can correct me if I'm misunderstanding, but it's my understanding that what they did when they prepared the budget was they looked at the comp time and overtime over the last 3 years, and then that's how they priced it. It's priced in the aggregate, I believe, but also distributed by department. Is that correct, Director Mason?
So we looked at the hours per department, or actually for the position over the last 3 years, and it's priced in the actual dollar amount for 21 and 22. Well, not the actual because we don't have the COLA in there, but.
Yeah, and so I just think that's something for, council needs to keep understanding as we look at, our administrative challenges and, ways we can solve them. So thank you, Director Mason, for making sure I said it right. But I know it's a boring subject maybe to some folks, but it's something I think that's important to our budget work.
Thank you, Councilmember Lingle. We have Mayor Okerlander who has just joined us. Mayor, we completed council reports. So the next item would be moving on to council committee reports. We also understood that the mayor's report that we skipped over, and council was fine with you jumping in and providing your mayor report whenever you would like here. And I'll turn it over to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you for obliging yet again so I could attend a Little League game this evening for my son. I will have to say it's the coldest game I've ever been to in the month of May. So it's not even 50 degrees out there, and our boys got lucky that the rain stopped pretty much for the entire game. But a report, I'll be pretty brief tonight. Just one note, the King County Council did pass the fireworks ban in unincorporated King County. So we did have a meeting with Acting Chief DeBach, Lieutenant Sabrin, Mayor Pro Tem Remington, and I to just discuss a little bit what that impact might be to our community, et cetera. Of course, that law will not take effect until 2022. And so what we came to a consensus on to start with is that we're going to come forth, the two departments, the fire district and police department, come forth with some education at one of our June council meetings to remind folks of what the rules are and start at that baseline as far as education. If council wants to entertain a deeper conversation about what that impact might be to the city, I think we're all definitely open to it. But as we all know, it's also a very hot button issue within our community. And so we want to take care if and when we have a much larger discussion about that. I think it was 5 years ago, we did have a referendum on the ballot to ask the voters whether or not whether the city council should ban fireworks. And that was overwhelmingly, the answer was no. That said, our density and our demographics on population basis changed. So at whatever point the council, if you so choose to have a larger community conversation with that, I think we'd all be happy to, but we're going to start with education first and see what happens there. Next up, I attended the Association of Washington Cities Labor Relations Institute online last week. Lots of good information about updates on employment laws. Obviously, that's always a concern of mine, as well as some interesting updates in the days of COVID, and probably pretty dry stuff for council, but it was definitely good for me to attend. Also attended the National League of Cities Federal Advocacy meeting regarding COVID. I'm not sure if any other council members attended that. It was just kind of a high level overview of ARPA funds. Also attended the Association of Washington Cities Legislative Wrap Up. Most of that information has already been submitted by AWC in report form. We also had the Puget Sound Regional Council Project Selection Committee. That was our second meeting, and we're still kind of going over the basics of the committee. Every year there's new members, and so there's a lot of background to go over during that discussion. We also had the Association of Washington Cities Policy Statement Committee, and the purpose of that committee meeting was to go over equity and inclusion language within the Association of Washington Cities Policy Statement. We had a very robust discussion with the committee, and the language in the end that came out, I don't have a copy of the final language, but that will be presented to the entire Association of Washington Cities membership in June for a vote by the full body, and then to the board. The thing that I can say about that is it was definitely, I think it's an acknowledgement of what goes on in our communities and our city's responsibility to be leaders in the social equity fight, and making sure that we do what we can to bat down racism within our communities. So that work is actually pretty fantastic, and it's going to be very exciting to see that on a statewide agenda of all of our fellow cities. Other than that, it was a little late, but I did send kind of an update memo to council late this afternoon regarding just kind of our budgeted projects, where we're at on some of those, what we're looking at staffing capacity. I missed Councilmember Lengel's discussion, so I assume she was probably touching on that a bit. And it's completely okay if you didn't have time to read it. I'm just trying to get some information and share with you folks so that as we move forward over the next several months, you'll have some baselines for our conversation and some more information to refer back to, because frankly, we're working on a lot of stuff, and it's very difficult to keep track of it all. If I can't keep track of my daily stuff, I don't know how you guys do it either, when you're not in it every single day, all day long. So other than that, I think those are the primary updates for the time being. Happy to entertain any questions if anyone has any. Councilmember Hoag.
I just want to thank you for bringing forward a conversation still about fireworks in light of the fact that King County has banned them effective 2022 in unincorporated King County. So thank you for having future conversations about that.
Absolutely. My pleasure, and you're welcome. Councilmember Brodnicki.
So since they're going to move forward with that on the banning of the fireworks, does that mean, being a city that we allow it, everybody's really concerned about how everybody's going to come to our city to blow up fireworks? And the last event we had was pretty crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So are we going to discuss what to do about that or address it at all?
That is completely up to council. I think that the consensus from our public safety folks was to take kind of a wait and see approach, because the biggest challenge is enforcement. I think that there's some common wisdom that when you ban fireworks, the people that are going to follow the law. Those that aren't. But the biggest challenge with those that don't follow the law when they're completely banned is still catching the offenders and actually being able to ticket them and catch them in the act. So that is a huge challenge. And when you're looking at, I think part of the conversation that will need to be had if council wants to have a more broad conversation besides just our general safety conversation in a few weeks, is the ability to enforce as well as the cost impact. Right now, the city only allows fireworks on the 4th of July. And those are days that our officers are paid triple time per contract for working that holiday. So when you look at bringing in additional staffing for that one day, it becomes a relatively significant cost. And I think that's really a value judgment that will be up to the legislative body ultimately to determine. I know my personal feelings on it don't necessarily match up with some others as well, but I as a mayor and as policymaker, I need to make sure we're listening to the community, as well as having those conversations with council. Like Councilmember Hogue and I are on very similar pages on this.
So could I just say
yes,
that when we had an issue, I think the deepest concern is, of course, it's noise, but the deepest concern was the issue of fire. And we have a lot of trees around us in the city. I'm like right next to a green belt. So I do recall in the past when when the burn problem was a real problem due to the dryness of the vegetation, that the fire department chief came to the meeting and spoke about that and told the public about, you know, what that means. I think that would be a great proactive way to inform the public about, because I felt like at that point, people really started to key in on the idea that, oh, we should be very careful with fireworks or not have them at all because it was such a dry year. And it looks like we're heading into that trend again.
yes.
And I believe we even put up a banner somewhere to alert the public about the fire danger that we were in at the time. So maybe that might be a good way just to keep the public, you know, informed about these things.
Absolutely. And just to remind folks as well that we do have an ordinance in place that we worked with the fire district over a few years, that when the super dry conditions are met and the recommendation is made by the fire chief, that under my authority per ordinance, if certain thresholds are met for health, life, and safety, we can ban fireworks immediately. So it can be a week before. And we can get a report saying the conditions are too dangerous, and I put an order out and ban them for that particular instance. I believe it's been about 2 years since we passed that ordinance, so it's in full effect. So we do have a tool in our toolbox now for those instances. The question, if council wants to entertain, is do we look at a more broad, long-term overall look? And that's a legislative decision and discussion. So we do have a tool. That is good news. So, great. All right. Seeing no more questions. Mayor Pro Tem, you said that we were done with council and committee reports. Is that correct?
We're on council committee reports.
We are on committee reports now. Okay, thank you. So we'll move on first to finance and administration with the chair of the finance committee, Mayor Pro Tem Remington.
Thank you, Mayor. We just went about an hour and a half going over our procurement policy, which is the bulk of our work. So I don't have anything new to report in the last half hour. So unless there's questions, we are planning on meeting and continuing our work on that procurement policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Chair Remington? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the Land Use Committee. Chair Hogue.
Nothing new. Thank you.
All right. And next up is Public Safety with Chair Budnicki.
We have nothing to report this week. Our meeting is next week.
Okay. Next up, Public Works with Chair McHenry.
Thank you. So we had a meeting on May 12th, and we spoke about the Big Rock Ball Fields Park, the East Parcel, just the grant and partnership, property details, just a quick summary, just because I know we're going to have a presentation tonight. We also spoke about the Frisbee golf, the agenda bill that if I recall, we just put on consent agenda. Just the money to go ahead and get that prepped so that we can evaluate it properly. Also, the pavement overlay plans, we're at about 60% progress, aiming for advertisement in June. That was for the Roney Road overlay. And we also discussed wanting to increase the engineering intern from 0.1 FTE to 0.25. I believe that's also on the agenda tonight. And for the good of the order, we also spoke about the possibly looking into putting some turf on the warm-up area strip near the ball fields. We have some leftover material, it sounds like, and it might be easy to do. And that was all for that meeting.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions for Chair McHenry? Seeing none, we will move on to ad hoc committees. First up is Council Procedures Update Code of Conduct. Chair Hoag, is there anything new to report?
There is, we did have a meeting on May 10th. I wasn't in attendance, but I have kind of a brief update for you. One couple things that they talked about was suggesting having an annual review and then doing a deeper dive every 2 years with the clerk and the mayor pro tem. The committee has decided to extend our goal of completion. We had talked originally about doing it by September, but looking at the calendar, we realized we probably need more time. So we're thinking maybe December is our goal for completion. And then, so they've come up with a kind of a really nice calendar of what we'll be working on. We've divided the chapters up 1 through 4 for our next meeting on June 14th. And the agenda is in our OneDrive. That's it.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions for Chair Hoag on that? Seeing none, we'll move on to Human Services Grant Policy with Chair McHenry.
Thank you. So we have a meeting on this coming Monday, the 24th. And basically, we've received 6 submissions for the grant with funding requests totaling $36,500. So we'll know more after Monday.
Excellent, thank you. All right, any questions for Chair McHenry on that? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to the administration update with Deputy Administrator and Community Development Director, Ms. Thomas, and Interim City Administrator, Mr. Cotton.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and community members. I'm going to share my screen really quick. So this evening I have a pretty short update, and Ryan will also have an update for you as well. So as we talked about a little bit at the COW, we did get invited to a chamber meeting, and of course, community development's always excited when we get invited to a meeting to share information. And so we did give an update on growth and development. That's what they had requested. I did want to just share some of the questions that came back up after that presentation that weren't necessarily related to growth, but some of them were. One of them was tree maintenance in downtown. So we've obviously shared that with Public Works, the mayor. All of these have been shared out. Parking in the Uptown 1 and the Midtown section, they were really interested to know, is the city going to update any of the roads? Are they going to put in some curb gutter and sidewalk? So the mayor and Steve, we had a really good discussion about that and the timing of looking at those types of programs and what we can help provide to create economic development and to provide more parking within that area. They also had some questions on pedestrian crossings, so essentially sidewalk crossings. So we discussed that for a little bit and talked about what we can and can't do on Main Street, which led into a conversation about the rapid flashing beacons. And they wanted to say thank you to the council for adding the rapid flashing beacon up towards Jed Park. And we did share that there would likely be some additional rapid flashing beacons within our community and likely on Main Street. So they were happy to hear that. They also asked how the presentation that WAVE gave at the last council meeting met, and the mayor is going to be following up with the chamber, and hopefully we'll be able to get WAVE to a chamber meeting as well so that they can hear a presentation and ask those questions. And then of course, we had questions on our fast food. Is that allowed in the city? And do we allow drive-throughs? And so we had a good discussion on that, which leads us into community outreach in June and July. So we're going to be doing a utility bill insert and a social media outreach. I'll call it kind of growth development, drive-throughs and more, because that's kind of what it's about. So we're always really excited to do those types of things. Just some more exciting news. Obviously, you heard, the governor last week. So we're starting the process of city hall staffing. So you'll start to see more of us in City Hall. So it's been really exciting for us to see each other. Some of us hadn't seen anybody for like months or even last year. we're going to start the process of internal discussions on other city facility openings, and then that'll lead into opening up for planning commission and council eventually. So stay tuned on that. We're really excited about that as well. And now I'm going to turn it over to Interim City Administrator Ryan Cotton for his update. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. That's a very tough act to follow. Nice presentation, covered a lot of ground. And I want to thank right off Mayor Okalander and also Mayor Pro Tem and all the city staff for filling my data banks here in my first month in Duval. So today I just wanted to let you know that there is a headline event I wanted to mention, headline project, in addition to what's on today's agenda and personnel manual update and the financial plan and the HR committee that's gotten started up and some other activities that many others are touching on tonight. I wanted you to know that I started giving thought to the appointment of the recruitment and appointment of the city administrator. So I did a backwards calendar, and I have a hard copy with me. I'll share it with you at our next meeting as it gets closer to events that involve the council directly. Basically, in order to have someone who is fits the bill and meets all your needs and be on board by January of 2022, we have to start next week. And there's 23 different major activities needed in order to do the job well as a search consultant. That's something I do, many years elsewhere. 10 involve the mayor and the city council. So the first major involvement will be on July 5th for the city council, where you'll review the draft of a recruitment brochure and also make sure that the job description is what you would like. Actually, that's actually June 14th, it's a job description. So in between time, the city department heads and the mayor and I will be working on the background and the foundations for what will be coming to you. I assume that this is going in the right direction, that you would like to see someone on board, not only appointed in November, but on board and at their desk in January. So that's why I present it tonight, and have to accept any feedback, if not tonight, some other time between now and June 14th.
Thank you, Interim City Administrator Cotton. Does anyone have any questions for him on those items? Councilmember Napland?
I actually have a question for Director Thomas on her report. Can I go ahead with that?
Absolutely. It's administration. You're welcome to.
Fantastic. Thanks. You mentioned something about tree maintenance in downtown, and I wanted to also ask if there is a plan to address tree maintenance in the residential areas. And I see a couple issues going on, just, maybe some tree trimming of trees on private property that, are creating sightline issues for drivers, and then also just being able to see pedestrians, and even just as a pedestrian being able to walk on a sidewalk and not run into bushes. And then the other problem I've been seeing is damage to our infrastructure from tree roots. So both the sidewalks, which I believe is the responsibility of the owner of the property, but also to our streets. And in the long run, we could spend a lot of money fixing roads that are damaged by trees. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. I was glad it came up about downtown, but I don't want to gloss over that we also have some concerns in the residential areas.
Thank you, Councilmember Napland. Those are really good questions. Obviously, tree maintenance within our residential neighborhoods is equally as important as it is in our commercial downtown. I will, if Steve is available, just to maybe comment a little bit. We might actually have to come back and talk to you more about the infrastructure issue. Steve, do you have anything to add?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Citizen Steve Lenashevsky, Public Works. So yes, we did hear of the downtown trees. So we do have a very small budget for tree management, and we are in the $3,000 range. So that's annually. We obviously need to improve that as time goes on, because trees are a big issue and becoming more of an issue as they grow. their roots not only penetrate storm drainage, but sewer lines and do wreak havoc on underground utilities. So with that said, people can simply, do a maintenance request from the website. If they do have an intersection that they seem to think is poor, we do try to get out seasonally, like every quarter, and just do a tree site distance kind of evaluation with the crew. That's always helpful. We don't see everything, so if you do have anything, feel free to either fill the form out, or if you simply shoot me an email, I propagate it and put a work order in. Trees do come up quite often. I think, like we're finding out with community development and, kind of all the, whatever we want to call it, going on with, neighbor infractions and whatnot. Trees are a pretty big deal. So we love our trees, but man, they do wreak havoc. Sidewalks, you're absolutely correct. Our code does say, that is the homeowner's adjacency, their responsibility, but we don't. I mean, we can't live that route. Most people either A, can't afford it, or B, don't know what to do about it, and C, have to involve us anyway. So we do try to figure that out to the best of our abilities. First Avenue and 145th, I had, a council member reach out. We've done some temporary work there. We don't want to do any final work there because of the construction going on that's happening on the Thayer project. They have to extend utilities down to First Avenue and 145th. So I fear we put some new concrete in, and then somebody puts an outrigger down on a backhoe that they're digging the storm pipe in, and then they crack new sidewalks. So things are on our list. I hope people, if you have anything you do see, shoot me a message. Tell community members they can go to the website and fill out the maintenance request portal. Mr. Fisher gets all those. He comes to me complaining we don't have enough money for trees, and I tell him, okay. So there's a lot of activity that does go on, but we're here, and we do try to do the best we can with what we can, and if we can maintain it ourselves, we will. Like I said, downtown, we have to rent a lift because those trees are big. You can't just prune the sides and the bottoms nicely and then leave the top as some funky looking mushroom. So it's unfortunate that we have to rent equipment to do that, but I think kind of a little bit of a tentative plan was maybe to get a lift sooner than later. It would help with banners, tree maintenance, and something else that came up recently that we were going to have to invest in some consultant or contractor work to support. So anyway, there is a long-winded answer to your tree question, Councilman.
And I know that a lot of you on council are out doing a lot of walking, especially at this time of year. So if you see a sidewalk issue, snap a picture and give the exact address and send it to Public Works. I think it'll help them keep track of it because we don't have the capacity for staff to be out walking every street and looking for these things. But even as I'm out, I see these things. When I'm out, I walk frequently when my kids are in their martial arts classes up on Redmond Ridge. And there are definitely lots of big sidewalk issues going on now that those developments have been in a while. And some of them are being temporarily fixed. Others are clearly not known. And so that can definitely help us reduce the amount of time necessary for staff to go out and track those things down. So that would be very helpful if you could assist, if council can assist with that as well.
And Mayor, a simple a tactic I use, I take a picture of the incident and then I try to take a picture of the nearest cross street because usually they have both streets, and the guys can usually figure everything out from there.
Yeah.
And Mayor, I was going to add one last thing, and it's really quick. Steve and I are in preliminary discussions to talk about street trees in general and proper installation of them during development. So we will likely update our street tree list in the very near future and look at installation of those trees. We have been definitely much more critical of that over the last couple of years as new projects have come in. But I would have to say there's probably 20 years of street tree installation that probably wasn't done the way that we would like to see it done today. So stay tuned on that. Steve and I'll be working on that. Thank you.
Great. Good question. Thank you, Councilmember. All right. If there's no more questions for administration, we will move on to our first presentation from the King County Assessor's Office regarding property taxes. We have Mr. John Wilson, our King County Assessor. Welcome, Mr. Wilson. Good to see you again.
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see all of you tonight. So what I want to take you on is a quick glimpse of what the last fun-filled year has been in the Department of Assessments and how that might be affecting you. I'm going to try to share my screen here. Wish me a bit of luck. Sometimes the Zoom gods are with you and other times you're just not sure. Now, hopefully with a little bit of luck, you can see property values in COVID-19. So if that's okay, then let's rock and roll. So as you all know, when the governor in March of 2020 issued his order, it had some immediate effects in shutting down the hospitality sector, sporting events, so we had games without fans in the seats, and restaurants, especially those that depended on dining service, and then brick and mortar retail. And, you know, in the case of like downtown Seattle, it became almost a ghost town. One 1,200 room hotel in downtown Seattle, the night before the closure, had only 8 guests for the entire 1,200 room facility. And this clearly became a sign of the times across King County, across the nation. And generally speaking, frankly, in terms of the residential sector, COVID did not have a dramatic impact. Most of us hunkered down at home. So we stayed there and we're thankful of having homes. We'll talk a little bit about some of the longer term impacts. For King County, though, it meant that we had to quickly shift to a virtual environment and go from serving people face to face to serving people virtually like you are right now. Now, we're still there to help people. You can access our virtual services either by phone, calling 206-296-7300, or you can mail us at assessor.info at kingcounty.gov. You can go to the King County website and find us. We're at the front of the alphabet. If you're interested in senior property tax relief, and I'll talk more about that in just a minute, we have a website dedicated to that called taxrelief.kingcounty.gov. And in particular, for those exemptions, if you have questions around them, you can call 206-296-3920 or email us at exemptions.assessmentskingcounty. In particular, call one of those 2 numbers, either the 7300 number or the 3920 number, if you have a question where it is more complex and you need help from a staff. What you're seeing on the screen right now is we just moved this week, in fact, to our new home at 201 South Jackson Street down in Pioneer Square. So we have left the confines of the Diamond Window Building. It was always easy to tell people where you were. You were in the Diamond Window Building. But I think the county has other plans for that, perhaps, frankly, to demolish it. When you reach a point where you have to buy elevator parts on eBay, you probably have a sense that that building has reached its life cycle. The senior exemption I want to touch on for a moment, in part because this is a very significant change that was put into effect last year. We went down to Olympia and lobbied for a change to the senior exemption law that's been on the books. Historically, what it has been is you have to be the owner occupant and age 61 and older. But the income level had been stuck for years at $40,000 total household income across the entire state of Washington. So whether you lived here in King County, or perhaps you lived in Wahkiakum or Skamania County, it was still $40,000. And we all know that the cost of living in other counties around the state are dramatically different than what they are here in King County. So we got the law passed to, for the first time ever, index that household income to the average median income of each county. So that took in King County the $40,000 level and raised it up to $58,423. That means thousands more folks are potentially eligible for this. And for people in Duval and elsewhere around the county, it can mean some real savings. And I'll show you here what that can mean. Now, this is for a typical home at $600,000. If you're receiving the full exemption, which is at about the $40,000 household exemption income level, we're talking about more than a $4,300 savings on your tax bill, right off the top. It's not a lien. It's not something you got to pay back later. It's $4,300 off the top and in your pocket. A partial exemption, which is at about $47,000 these days, is still $3,400. And even if you're up at that $58,000 level, it could mean a savings on that $600,000 home of $2,600, almost $2,700 a year. So you can see we're talking about, if you will, real money here, real savings to homeowners to help them stay in home, age in home,
and have hopefully a healthier golden years with them. Now, it's important to note you need to be either 61 or if you qualify under Social Security disability or veterans disability at up to 80% disability, you can still qualify regardless of your age. But I urge people to think about, you might have residents in your community that could apply for this. Urge them to think about it and apply. Talk a little bit about globally what's happened to King County taxes this past year. Countywide taxes were up a little over 4%. Tax revenues, even in the wake of the pandemic, were up $256 million. Local property taxes right now are $6.6 billion, and those go to schools, communities like Duval, King County, the ports, fire districts, and that. By way to note, King County by itself provides roughly 47% of the state's property tax revenues. The next closest county is our neighbor to the north, Snohomish, at about 22%. So you can see King County is truly the economic engine that drives the state and drives revenue for state and local governments. Now, what happened to Duval is your taxes went up a little bit, about 1.5% on the typical home, or about $89 for the year. Now, next year, I warn you to kind of fasten your seatbelts. We're seeing significant double-digit increases in much of the county. Now, just because values go up doesn't necessarily mean your taxes will go up as much. This past year in communities like Duval, largely why it went up is there was a major Harborview seismic retrofit bond issue on the ballot that was vital to keeping the region's #1 trauma center up and running in even a disaster. Now, in terms of where do your property tax dollars go, you all know it, and I hope the public knows, King County doesn't get it all. We farm it all over the place. And here's where we send it to. You can see 57% of your property tax dollar goes for K-12 education. That's local schools, the state school Part 1 levy, and the state school Part 2 levy. Then you can see about 17% goes to King County. Cities get about 15%. The port gets 1%. Fire districts get 3%. Other taxing districts get about 2%. Those include such things as on Vashon Island, they have a cemetery district. So who said the dead don't count? And then you can see libraries such as the King County Library System get about 2%, and Sound Transit gets another 2%. So that gives you an idea of where that tax dollar is going each year. Now, what we're seeing in residential values right now is frankly largely driven by very strong demand and very scarce inventory. And in the age-old laws of supply and demand, that means prices are headed upward. In some parts of the southeastern portion of the county, they're going up anywhere from 18 to 23% in a single year. It slows a little bit, frankly, as you get north and get into some older, more established communities, but a lot of it is driven by affordability. Although, for example, the Sammamish and Issaquah areas are red hot right now, and they're going up. We expect that to continue for the next couple of years because of an imbalance between supply and demand. Also, what we have seen in the pandemic is a lot of folks that have lived in the city that have decided to buy a home outside the city. And places like Duval are extremely attractive to them because if you can now work from home, you can probably work from your home in Duval and still be able to get your work done at Microsoft or Google or Amazon and that. So we're seeing that kind of a trend. The trickier trend for us is frankly what's happening in the commercial sector, especially in the Seattle core. And the core question is, how many people will be coming back to the office? We don't have a good gauge on that, quite frankly, because it's sort of all over the map. Some employers are getting ready to come back fairly soon, perhaps as early as when the governor has declared the opening up of the state again, June 30. We'll see some come back. But what we've also seen in downtown Seattle is a couple factors that cast a cloud over what will happen to commercial values over the next couple of years. One is, as I mentioned, how many people will come back. And that's important because in Seattle and in some other communities, I suspect to some extent even in Duval, it's important to have that street traffic, to have people in those small offices or that are out and about during the day, stopping in to grab a bite to eat, heading into the Ace Hardware store to get something, things like that. In downtown Seattle, that's just not happening right now. And the great problem for Seattle that it's wrestling with right now is frankly one of perception, both locally, but perhaps more importantly, nationally. Conventions are a vital part of the downtown Seattle economic mix and were up until the pandemic. And conventions will come back. But the challenge is that conventions generally book out 3 to 5 years ahead of time. So it's very slippery right now on how many conventions in these next couple of years will decide to come back to Seattle. That will determine in part what will be the value of the hotels and of some of the commercial downtown office space that's downtown. So that's kind of the world we're looking at. I'd be happy to take any questions, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen so I can take a look at y'all and you can take a look at me.
So I'll kick it off, Mr. Wilson.
Please call me John.
We're in a formal meeting.
Oh, okay. Mr. Wilson always makes me look for my dad.
So obviously, you know, Duval property assessments have gone up just significantly. I think, you know, for example, my home is over 130,000 a year.
Right.
And there's definitely, when you look at our discussion boards throughout the Snoqualmie Valley, there's a real misperception about that assessment equals significantly higher taxes. Would you mind touching on that a little bit so that we can further share this video with the community and help them get a little bit better understanding of how this works?
Sure, Mayor. Well, first and foremost is to recognize Washington is what is called a budget-based property tax system. The best analogy kind of is, you know, if 3 of you went out to dinner and had $100 total tab, it'd cost each of you about $33. But if you had 4 of you that went out, it wouldn't cost you $133 if that still was a $100 tab. It'd cost each of you $25. The same holds true kind of higher values don't necessarily mean higher taxes because rates float to level out. There are also some cases where actually as new bonds are issued or measures come to the ballot, they will actually be for a lower millage rate. For example, a couple of years ago, I think it was about 2 years ago, there was a renewal bond for the county's automatic fingerprint identification system. Passing that actually meant you were reducing your taxes, not increasing them, because the millage rate was lower than it had previously been. So there's that factor. We also hear, Mayor, from scores of people around the county these days, at almost all points on the income spectrum, a concern about the increasing bite of property taxes and of lovely young daughters like you have. You know, one of the things we are working on with other assessors around the state right now is to try to put together legislation that would create what most states call a homestead exemption, what we would call a homeowner relief act, where if you are the owner occupant of the home, we would figure out a formula by which we would reduce your property taxes by either a certain percentage or a certain dollar amount. Now, there is the potential that there is a shift so that cities and fire districts and such don't lose funds, but that shift could be covered either by a special housing affordability fund that the legislature has been looking at, or in other cases, potentially a shift to higher end homeowners and commercial property owners across the state. You know, one of the things we saw during the pandemic is that there were clearly certain businesses that did very well during the pandemic. You know, there is a rut in my sidewalk from where the man from that company with the smiley face has come almost daily for the last year. They've done okay. So have do-it-yourself stores, big box hardware stores, grocery stores, and that. So the pandemic has not necessarily been a financial disaster for some. Now, for a lot of small businesses, though, especially in a community like potentially Duval, it's been pretty tough. And so we want to be careful that we do something that tries to help as many people as possible and that. But that's what we're trying to do to ease some of the pressure of the property tax on homeowners in communities like Duval.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Naplin has a question.
Yeah, just to follow up on the question that Mayor Okerlander had. My concern is that since we are budget-based, levy-based, and how you divvy up that pie is your proportionate share based on your assessed value. Now, if City of Duval homes are going up at a faster rate than other communities, like let's say City of Seattle, their commercial and residential just stagnates. That means that our piece of the pie ends up getting bigger and we have to pay more of the budget compared to other areas. And so, I mean, that's a concern. My neighborhood, I mean, houses are suddenly selling for close to $1 million. And it's just blowing my mind. It's shocking.
All due respect, council member, that's not quite how it actually works. Actually,
Okay.
your value keeps going up. What happens is your tax rates drop and that. So you're not necessarily spending a lot more. Now, if what you have, and this has been one of the confusing things, I think, for taxpayers, is that when the legislature 4 years ago put in the so-called McCleary solution, the Part 2 education levy that you saw on the chart I showed you was tied to a specific millage rate. That meant that if indeed values did go up, so did your taxes equivalently. But generally speaking, if values go up, it doesn't automatically mean that. That, in addition, that roughly 40% of what you pay your property taxes on are voter-approved ballot measures, whether it's Harbor View or Best Starts for Kids that'll be back on the ballot this year, Sound Transit in some areas. I don't think actually Duval was in the Sound Transit area, so you're not charged for that. And, you know, frankly, one of the things we did, for example, when Sound Transit added the property tax, is we meticulously went through our maps. And in some cases, we divided buildings on whether you were more in the Sound Transit area or not. And if you were more outside the area, we said both, you're not going to have to vote on it, but you're also not going to get taxed on it. And that. So we try to be mindful of that. But I hear you. You know, the challenge is right now that probably 95% of the real estate sales in King County now are going on a bidding proposal. And what we're seeing all too common is that the jump from the asking price is 5 to 20% higher than the asking price. So it is not unusual to see a house that will jump suddenly by $50,000 to $200,000, $250,000 over what the asking price was. And I can't do anything about that. That's the market at play.
I think you might have misunderstood what I was asking. So I'll just give you a super simple scenario. City of Seattle, the house value is $10. It stagnates, stay at $10. My house was $10. So if we had to divvy up, you know, $100 worth of budget levy, we would split it 50-50. I'd pay half, they'd pay half. Their house stays at $10, mine goes up to $20. Now I'm paying 2/3 of the levy budget, and they're only paying 1/3 because my house went up faster than Seattle. So that's the scenario I'm talking about, that if some of these outlying areas are appraising for so much more and rising in value at a faster pace than Seattle that might stagnate, that shifts some of the burden. Do you see where I'm going?
I hear you, but respectfully, that's not how it works. And also, frankly, Seattle is not stagnant. It is still increasing too. It is not increasing at the rate that some suburban communities are. I will readily acknowledge that. But right now we're looking at in Seattle probably anywhere from a 9 to 12% increase on a significantly higher median value than you have in Duval. Mm-hmm. So it isn't necessarily $100 in both parties and that. But your concern about the impact of that is a legitimate one, in that one of the problems that happened with the way the legislature implemented McCleary was more to what you're bringing up, council member, is that it ended up with communities like Duval, but also like Seattle, paying more for state schools to fund state schools for the rest of the state. And I think that was a mistaken approach.
Okay, I'll maybe follow up with you afterwards, because
Sure.
I want to make sure I understand how all it works. Thank you for the answer.
Any other council members with questions for Mr. Wilson? Council member Langle. You're on mute, council member.
I got to do this quick because my iPad battery wants to be recharged. But anyway, I'm really glad you brought up voter approved initiatives. And I worked on the public policy side, a number of them. And honestly, internally in those discussions, we used to joke, there isn't an initiative that isn't liked. You know, I mean, it started with the, oh, it's a cup of coffee kind of thing. You know, that was always the analogy. And many of the things are very important. So it's not to say they're not, but I liked it. I'm just giving feedback. I really liked it when the assessor's office did two things. Number one, they started breaking out things on the tax insert that made it clear to people, you're voting for this stuff. So if you don't like your taxes, you have a choice. And I think that was really good education. And people just have to decide how much can they afford for whether it's government or services or whatever. And this, I hope I'm not losing my train of thought because I'm worried about my power here. But the other thing that I really like that King County did is a few years back, you implemented a really terrific analytical process to assess neighborhoods. And anybody that has ever looked at those neighborhood profiles and the methodology that you use should be very impressed. And I've used it in work that I've done, and I wanted to give you that feedback. And it's very detailed methodology, and I have found it to be pretty reflective of neighborhoods that I've either lived in and a bunch that I've worked in. So I wanted to acknowledge those, give those two pieces of feedback.
Well, thank you very much. Best of luck with your iPad battery. I've had that my problem myself. I think one of the things you're kind of touching on, one of the things we implemented that I thought only made common sense, because I shared the frustration that when things came on the ballot, they were referred to either as how many lattes they were or how many pizzas you had. And
right.
When you got your tax bill, you found some sticker shock, and you found out that apparently you were buying 167 lattes a month. And man, were you caffeinated. So we introduced the taxpayer transparency tool. Now, we had a little grumbling from one small island jurisdiction between Bellevue and Seattle that didn't like it too much. But once they kind of got the hang of it and recognized that I wasn't going to say, sure, we'll just waive it for you, they've learned to live with it and that. Also, Councilman Linda, I hear what you're saying. You know, I will tell people from time to time that when it comes to property taxes in Seattle, they have sort of the Will Rogers approach. They've never met one they didn't like. And,
Yeah.
you know, that's a challenge. In part because what Seattle did that you folks haven't done, that most communities have not done, is shift so many of the sort of popular things like libraries and transportation and that to voter approved measures rather than funding them out of your existing general fund budget. So that's a significant difference. And that, Councilmember Napolitan, that's one of the problems that Seattle has compared to you is that the way they've used the property tax system has created a disbalance. But I will just say for a shameless paid political announcement, well, it's not political, but it is a shameless paid announcement. I'm very proud of our team. We have repeatedly been recognized by the International Association of Assessing Officers as one of the outstanding jurisdictions in the United States for property tax assessment. And we work each year to frankly try to get a little better. And we're working again this year to do that, because, you know, we want to make sure you pay what you should, but you don't pay a penny more than you ought to. And that's kind of the motto by which we try to run the operation.
Can I add one more thing that I've heard? This is when I'm retired now, but what I heard, and I won't say which city of Seattle department or anything like that, but I called to their attention something that was broken. Or very worn down. And I actually was told, well, some of that is purposeful because they knew that voters wanted it and they would vote for it, and it gave them an opportunity to shift the burden. And I've worked on general obligation bonds, multiple levies. I have to say that it was my retirement job. I knew I was out the door, but I was shocked. And I think that if Duval reaches a point where it needs additional money from its taxpayers, I hope that's not our attitude, because I was shocked. And it was really, yeah, that's it.
I hear you. And I've been in some similar discussions where it kind of takes your breath away.
Yep.
Any other council members have questions for our assessor? Great. Well, seeing none, thank you so much for the presentation and the information, Mr. Wilson. It's always appreciated, especially in times like now where we're seeing such rapid housing price increases with the lack of housing, and how that, that sticker shock is just definitely a big thing for everyone. And we always appreciate your time coming to explain things in simple terms and the work that you do to make sure folks have access to the education to understand what they're paying and how to pay less. So thank you very much. Oops, it looks like we did have one more question. Did I miss Councilmember Brodnicki? Yes, I apologize. So Councilmember Brodnicki.
I just want to make a comment that I really appreciated the consideration for seniors and how there is mitigation regarding what to do for those who have limited income when they're seniors in retirement, and how you folks are looking at addressing those issues. So I appreciate that.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, I have literally had seniors in my office in tears over the last couple of years with what was happening. And so we were really determined to do something. It's brutal when you see folks that have owned a home for 30, 40 years, and they probably paid the mortgage off long ago, and now they have a property tax bill that is staggering to them. And we're a better community than to be taxing people out of their homes. So we'll hope. One final true confession though, don't ever hire me to do a crystal ball act, because when we passed the revised law through the legislature with the leadership of Senator Dingra, we figured we'd get a little bit of a bump in the number of applications we got. It turned out last year we had more than a 300% increase in the number of applications we got. So we're still frankly working through last year's backlog as fast as we can, but combined with COVID, a computer glitch, and it's just an unprecedented response. But we've worked hard, and we've worked with King County Treasury to make sure no one's financially penalized because we didn't get their exemption as fast as they could. But council member, thank you very much for that. It means a lot to all of us on our team to serve seniors as well as we can.
Great. Well, thank you. And I think we all look forward to hopefully seeing you in person sometime this fall, hopefully at another regional networking event or something of that effect, and start to get that FaceTime back. So
I would love to.
Thank you for your time.
Take care, everybody. Have a good evening.
And moving on to a presentation on the Big Rock Ball Fields feasibility study, we have Mr. Greg Napland, the president of the Snow Valley North Little League. Mr. Napland, you're on mute.
Oh, hello, everybody. Thank you for the introduction, Mayor. I'm excited to be here tonight. Is everybody? Steve had the Steve. I guess you have the presentation there, so I don't know how you guys want to move forth. It's a little bit of a dual a dual presentation tonight. I feel like Matt Foley in the NSL skit downstairs drinking coffee all night. So hopefully I don't break a chair for those who've seen that skit. So appreciate everyone's time. Steve, do you want to fire up the presentation for us?
There you go.
Cool. I thought it'd be helpful to give a little background as it relates to this discussion tonight. I'm excited for this opportunity. This has been a long process for me personally. I took over as president 3 years ago, and it was pretty obvious what some of the needs of the community were going to be as president of Little League. And so I went on this pursuit of solving the problem of fields. And so I hated seeing all of our kids drive to other parks and not enough fields to really supply the demand in our community. So I'm excited to see this, and I'm excited for this, potential joint partnership between a 501c3, the city, and the county come together. This really is a community-based effort that I'm pursuing upon. I'm building a consortium that's going to represent much of the community. It's going to represent all 4 sports leagues and their needs with the community. In addition, this important resource of expanding Big Rock is an important piece as it relates to less travel outside of Duval, the benefit, some of the benefits to small businesses by bringing other people into our community, keeping kids active. And then obviously, we personally, from a Little League perspective, changed our partners so we had to reduce travel. And this is another piece to solving that issue for our kids driving down 202 and 203. So Steve, you can go to the next one if you wouldn't mind. So 3 years ago, as I reference, my wife had said I should go to this meeting down in Fall City of the Parks Group. And down there was a guy named Butch Lovelace and TJ Davis in the Parks Group, and they gave a presentation on future grants that were available. And so I went down to that meeting 3 years ago, thinking to myself, like, how do I solve some of these problems of our fields? And so I listened to their presentation, and shortly thereafter, I actually applied for a grant, didn't get it, but my goal was to build some relationships there within King County Parks. And so I started that pursuit. I think I called Butch Lovelace probably 3 times a week for several months, bugging him to come see me and discussing some of the issues we had in our community with fields. And so my example at the time was Duval Park, being a King County park and being the only King County park in Duval. And I looked at that park going, how in this world is this going to solve the problems we have? And so I kept bugging him. And finally he said, okay, Greg, I got it. It's an issue. How about if TJ Davis drives out and meets you at Duval Park? So TJ Davis came out twice, and we met at Duval Park, and we looked at it together. And I'm like, what are you going to do with this park? Like, what can be done? And so we racked our brains. And so we kind of laughed at it, like, what really can be done? They looked at the floodplain and all the issues around Duval Park and what can be done. And so he invited me down to King County. And so I would go down to King County, and we'd look at these overlays between Duval and Carnation, going, where could we put, if this Duval Park doesn't work, is there any other spot that could work? And so we did this several times. And so we kind of pinpointed some locations. Where's our flat piece of land? And King County really is looking for an oasis to serve our community, because they realize how underserved it is when it comes to parks. And so we quickly, on that overview, looked at, well, what about the land adjoining to Big Rock? And so I started talking to the acquisition teams at King County, and they started looking at, like, hey, this is a possibility. Maybe the county could acquire this land. And at the same time, we came together with the city. And so we had 2 different meetings within the city of Duval discussing, can we look at joint partnerships? And this is where the CPG came to light, these CPG agreements. And so the county loves to do things like this. And they gave me many examples of, you should do the same thing we did at Ravensdale, and the same thing we did at Petrovisky, and the same thing we did at Preston, where you bring a nonprofit together with the city and the county, and you see all the benefits of the 3 people working together, because you're hearing the voice of the community with the 501c3, and you're seeing the benefits of the partnership with the nonprofit and its ability to move a little more nimble within processes with the city and county. And so for those of you that aren't familiar with the CPG grant, maybe take a look at this slide, where again, it's bringing together, the King County contributes to the use of land and capital improvement grants for successful partnership proposals. The community partners contribute the necessary additional capital and other pieces. Hold on there, Steve. Yeah. To come together to develop and acquire land for the community. So If you take a look at their site, this hyperlink in the bottom, it shows several projects. It shows 50 of them, of these similar agreements where 3 people come together, nonprofit, city and county. So what I wanted to touch on next real quick was kind of the needs in our community, which maybe move to the next slide if you don't mind, Steve. So if we look at our community in general, here are the 4 local user groups that are utilizing the fields which are on your right. So we have close to 1,400 different kids involved in our leagues. So you look at us, we're close to 500 kids, 42 teams. You got junior Red Wolves, 4 to 5 teams, 120 players. You got the soccer leagues, which is enormous, right? You have 1,500 players throughout their system, but I think individually, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong, there's 350 players in Duval, 110 players in Carnation. You got Cedar Crest Lacrosse, which is growing incredibly. They would love to expand. I'll let them speak to that, but they're struggling with that out of worry of where would they play. And then obviously you've got some other systems, the Lake Washington Premier Soccer, which is 13 teams, 250 plus players. So all of these teams are playing on the fields to the right. So you got Big Rock 1, 2, and 3, where there's a little bit of multi-sport usage in them. You've got Tolt McDonald 1 and 2, which are baseball fields only, with a little bit of expansion in the outfield. Mariner Field, which is a baseball only field. The RSD fields, the elementaries, Cherry Valley Elementary. You got Duval Park, which is, I put it up there because of the name, but no one uses that park right now. And then you've got the Redmond Ridge, which honestly, the soccer teams are using a little bit, but we're not able to use because of the demands up on the ridge. So to give you some additional perspective, I wanted to give you guys some aerials of the parks I'm talking about. So again, we're talking about that proposed site, south, I guess you'd call it southeast of Big Rock, that we're discussing tonight. And then obviously another overview of the parks here on the left of Big Rock and the usage we're talking about. Obviously, as you probably know, 1 is the closest to me on the upper top left slide, 2 is in the middle, and then 3 is the dirt field on the bottom. So next slide. Again, here's some aerials. So here are the issues we're facing this is all league speaking. So you got Tolt McDonald Park, which honestly, the outfields on the right are treacherous. If you've gone out there with your kids, they're treacherous. There's a lot of turned ankles and concerns. A lot of times the county rains those fields out at 8 in the morning, they clean them, they chalk them, and then at 8 in the morning, they decide you can't play there. So we deal with a lot of issues where we can't even use the parks. So it's really an unusable King County park. We just played there recently a few weeks ago and it was miserable. The park on the left, similar, the Mariner Park's in a little better condition, but the outfield again is quite treacherous. By the way, these are drone shots that were shot a few years ago by me, so haha. Let's see, you want to go to the next one, Steve, for me? So here's Duval Park. As you guys know, it sits on a 100-year floodplain. It's not really a usable option for anybody right now. There's player safety concerns. There's really no utilities, obviously water, sewer, power, difficult access to 203. If you look on the left of that slide, there's some little closer in shots of just all the issues related to that park. Look at the backstop with the crack in the middle. It's just not a usable park. I think there's other uses for it. If you look at the next slide, I think it gives you a great overview of it. It really is an ideal spot for a pump track. I sit on that Savor Snoqualmie Committee too, and the discussion came about a bridge to the trail on your left there and a bridge to downtown to help our vendors, in town. I think it's a great location for something like that. If you look at the overview of it, for other things being closer to our downtown core, which all the expansion, as you guys all know, is happening.
Hey, Greg, what makes this so unusable? Is the field damaged from flooding or what?
Yeah, it sits in the 100-year floodplain, but if you look at about second base towards the trail, half the time it feels like quicksand when you play on that park. It's mushy and unusable. And plus the county just is not taking care of any piece of that park as it relates. But yeah, that area right there, thanks, Steve. Those are all, it's just a mushy mess. In fact, I think soccer recently said we can't do it anymore due to the condition of the outfield. So it's a treacherous environment for kids, in my opinion. So we quit playing there several years ago.
I see, thanks.
Good question. So let me go to the next one, Steve, for me, if you wouldn't mind. So again, here's the RSD fields. The school district, we're continuing trying to work on our partnership with them. Currently, we're using the elementaries. These are really, in fact, Mayor Oaklander was probably there tonight watching her son play. It's not ideal, but for those smaller kids, it doesn't cost the league's much money, but the conditions of the field just aren't ideal. And again, this is not multi-sport. And so we're looking at, ideally, we'd like multi-sport parks for all those 4 to 5 leagues I pointed to at the beginning of the presentation. But honestly, they just aren't. There's only a couple. A lot of these are baseball only, and the condition of the baseball is pretty poor. I think I got another slide or so on visual. So
Greg, I will say that Stillwater is in much better shape than Cherry Valley.
Yeah, for
the
sure.
fields are-
Yeah, absolutely.
There's definitely far fewer holes for the kids to fall into at the younger age than there are at Cherry Valley.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. Absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely. So if you look at, I think this would help just our vision of potentially what could be as it relates. So you look at Redmond Ridge, right? It really mirrors Big Rock Field 3, if you ask me, in my opinion, what could be happened by a turf infield and the use of that field. They've done a tremendous job up there at Redmond Ridge, but again, I think this is something to be considered at the existing park for just some continued improvement and renovation possibilities to our existing park mold. And then there's a few more slides coming up next. So again, I think this is a pretty cool cross section of what could be potentially of that field in my mind, of the adjoining facility. You know, Redmond Ridge made a regulation soccer field there, and then in the corners you have baseball diamonds. And then obviously this would have been a pretty cool site for the existing park. But this is kind of a cool idea or concept for what could be with the new property that was purchased by the city recently. And then what's next there, Steve? Up the next slide. So again, I was hoping to give you kind of a general idea of the needs that we're seeing. So reflecting back to my discussions with the county. So they started 3 years ago. And so I really, oh my gosh, I'm not exaggerating. I bugged them weekly. And then I met with King County Council member Lambert, who obviously granted us some relief from a Little League perspective this year for COVID relief. Super nice of her to do that for us to help us keep kids active. But before COVID hit, they had us first in line for some grants to be distributed. And so I involved Steve in the city in these discussions prior to COVID. COVID hit, and then we weren't sure what was going to happen after that levy passed of the $700 million to the county, because we really were looking at, we were going to get awarded some money to potentially do something. And at the time we were going to acquire some land and try to do something joint. The exciting piece is you guys bought the land. So that solved one of our issues. And so the next phase of this really is coming together is the county awarded me and our nonprofit $25,000 to look at feasibility and to look what could be on a property of our choosing. So the next piece of that property really, the next stage of that process really is looking to hire a landscape architect to move to the next phase as it relates to the next phasing grant is the end of summer, beginning of fall. The county is going to open up another grant for acquisition and development or acquisition. There's 3 phases to it. It's acquisition and development. There's a development piece, and then there's an acquisition piece. There's 3 different types of grants available. So within that grant, ideally, I would love to partner with the city and use this $25,000 to take a look at the property and see what could be done there for site opportunities, desired park program. You look at just some conceptual designs to give us an idea of what could be on that property for potential, public review and feedback for that property. And so there's a lot of grants coming in addition to this, but the next grant will be open at the end of summer or fall. There's going to be a letter of intent that we'll be due in the fall. So we really have a tight time frame as it relates to the next phase to get this letter of intent completed by this partnership we would do together as it relates. So that grant is probably going to range between $500K and $1.5 million. There's some other grants sitting out there available. There's an RCO grant of $300K sitting out there. There's some local parks and matching grants, the land and water grants, some other youth sports grants. So, the exciting piece is, I mean, if, this was to work out, I could see something happening in the next 3 years that would be pretty cool for a pretty cool resource for our community to have together. So again, Steve, I don't know if you want to go through the projected tasks as it relates to this discussion we've had. Why don't you talk to this?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Steve Lunchesky, Public Works. So yes, we have been working on quite a few things in the background here. A lot of legwork has happened by Little League. and staff, and of course, conversations with the mayor. But the meat of the matter is, it's introduced. You know where Greg is, who he is now, what he's been working on. Moving forward, it would be best to create an agreement. We've spoken to legal on this. That way, Greg could sit at the table on procurement with us, and we figure, following our processes, even though Greg has much relaxed pathways forward on their own with the King County funds, which is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. But if we were to hire just using our processes, Greg can still contract with the qualified landscape architect. We can do interviews, find a candidate, move forward and implement this preliminary design, work on community engagement with the consultant, and then I think creating 3 park options, and after hearing public input, is something that would be a simple task for somebody who does this routinely, and then coming in and updating the council along the way. And the image on the right, the magenta line is the setback from the buffer that is recommended and required of our code. We did have that reviewed and final memoed from ESA, our environmental consultant. Those were the lines of buffer offset based on the off-site wetlands. So you can see we certainly can't do 3 fields here, but have enough space for a couple fields, paths, and whatever else, we haven't really visioned this. So visioning it early, put something on paper, because I think even Councilmember McHenry in our committee meeting, the first image people usually see of something becomes their expectation moving forward. So it's tough to put something out there that really wasn't. Now, of course, dimensionally, you're not making engineering plans, but figuring out, what a general multi-use field fits, how much space it needs in general, what a ball field fits, and maybe Greg and I talked too. Maybe the next step isn't, and I think the committee supported this, or actually even thought of it. Maybe the next step isn't field development. Maybe it's acquisition of another parcel. I mean, we don't know, and until we hear what the community needs and then see what can fit on the piece of land that exists, we can move forward when we know a little more. We don't know a lot, and we don't know the community's vision too. So we need to hear from them and then see what we can put on paper. There is a sliver parcel adjacent, so it's a couple acres, even though the home is on a larger piece. That property owner owns 2 pieces, and then we have other parcel potentially undeveloped on the north side of Big Rock. So again, I don't know what, consultants can dream it all up. Our community can help us dream it up and vision it. So that's kind of where we all are on this. Time frame wise, we could come back with an agreement if this was generally supported between us and Little League for Greg's involvement, as well as the city's share and partner, and then put it to council and move forward as swiftly as you folks think this could go. So.
Just to add, Steve, just a stat, I've got each sports league president has agreed to jump in with us on this pursuit. It's not just a Little League thing. The county needed a 501c3 to grant this to someone, and so that's why you utilize ours. So that's kind of the first step in our process.
So I do have, before we get to general questions, I do have a quick clarification question regarding the next phase of grant funding. The next phase, for example, for that 500 to 1.5 million, that's an annual grant cycle, correct? So that's something that happens each year. What I'm concerned about is the timeline, staffing capacity, the ability to have a community connected, have community involvement after the feasibility study, and making a parks plan before moving forward with acquisition and development. I think that everybody knows that I think pretty much council supports developing this park, but making sure that we have full community involvement and do it well and do it right is, I think, really important to everyone as well. So I just wanted to make that quick clarification on that one. And then council, who has question? Anyone have any questions for Mr. Napland? Councilmember Langle and then Councilmember Brednicki.
Yeah, I have a question and then I guess a comment. First question is, when I took a look at the grant application or the, the materials that you shared with all of us, my takeaway from that is whether it's a landscape architect or whatever, I can appreciate that requirement, is it's really the emphasis really is on conceptual and community discussion. That's what I took away from looking at those materials. And I have been involved in parks development as a nonprofit working with a parks department. And and in that case, the nonprofit brought the resources to different very large pieces of money to the parks department. And when we did the second grant application, it truly was conceptual. I mean, it was sort of this, yes, the field conditions, it was a piece of property. I wouldn't call it a field like a baseball, but the piece of property, yeah, we knew what the dimensions were and things like that, but we kept it pretty high level because that is what was needed for the next piece. It wasn't expected that everything would be down in concrete. And so that's kind of the way I read your grant. I guess I am less, I think having the relationship with the city, absolutely essential. It's our piece of property, but more important, you want to develop the partnership. So am I understanding the grant correctly? I mean, we're not diving into the deep detail with that grant. $25,000 wouldn't let you do that and do a lot of community outreach. So first question is, am I understanding the grant correctly?
Yes, completely, 100%. I couldn't agree more with you. It's a conceptual view of what we could do there, and if it's an ideal site for, it's a flat piece of property. And I mean, obviously I'm representing the sports leagues, right? I'm trying to keep kids active and it's community-based. Little League is a community-based event. It's not a select event. Everyone's involved and open to that partnership. So to your point, yeah, you're exactly 100% right. Totally agree with you. Yeah,
and
you're 100% on.
Okay, and then the second part to kind of engage here in a bit of a discussion with our mayor is that I think that the goal of the initial community outreach is underscore the word initial, because as we do development, there's going to be value in ongoing community involvement, and having that ongoing community involvement allows to bring the community along with the technical information. And my experience, my worry about the grant cycle is a little bit the opposite of yours, which is that you go in there, you keep yourself visible. It's a prospecting meaning you're out there looking, right? And so I don't think, as long as we are only working with a conceptual, the bubble diagram with some very basic information, I'm not concerned about going into the next grant cycle. I'm more worried about not going into the next grant cycle, even if all we ask for in the next grant cycle is, less than $500,000. It just keeps the project on the profile, in profile with the grant makers. And and for that second piece, absolutely, we have to have, much more formalized relationship with this, between the nonprofit and the city. And I've seen that if that is not there, then it absolutely gets more messy as you go. So anyway, those are my comments. I've been in, nonprofit connections and partnerships with cities and counties have become, that's an institutionalized approach now. It's been going on for decades. And so, yeah, that's it.
Can I add one last thing to your point, is that as far as concerns over staff time, so the consultant would actually help write the grant for us and do actually some additional seeking out of other grants. And we would, and we as a nonprofit would pay all fees. So I think that cost of the city would be, minimal, if not zero. Obviously, as it relates to time.
Didn't the baseball league contribute 50 grand or something to Big Rock before?
We did, correct. We did.
Yeah, I mean, anytime that we're working on a project that involves the city, there is staff time involved. I mean, even if you have a consultant outside. So we know that there's already been a lot of work to it. I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. It's just an acknowledgement of what it takes to get this work done. So Councilmember Brudnicki.
Hi, thank you for all your work. So I have a few questions. First off, that would be a huge project for sure. And I know when we worked on the ball fields, it took years to get to the point where we planned and put the money in and built it. And then what I've discovered over the years with parks is that the community has really, nothing's really changed. We've done a lot of surveys, but throughout the years, when we talk about parks, there's a lot of different ideas in the community about what parks means to the community. And we now have our ball fields and such. So what I'd like to know going forward, if you're open to the idea of, besides just sports, I know you represent that, but because the community had other ideas about what they want in their parks, if that's going to be something that we talk about, for such a big project, I really feel more comfortable when the community has input into what they want to do with their monies out there. So that was one thing, because there may be a lot of support for sports, but there might be some other things like walking trails, and the other thing in that area is parking, and some of the other type of park features that people in the community have brought forward that they have wanted that we have not really invested in yet. The other thing I'm also concerned about when we talk about building a big project like this, which we have with the Big Rock ball fields, is then again, really assessing the maintenance cost. Because when we are developing even a strip of land with a walkway, we get really concerned even about the grass and mowing the grass and all that. That gets to be quite a conversation. So to maintain sports fields, I know is, from watching all these years, what it costs to maintain them can be pretty pricey. So those are the two questions. And I guess being open to other ideas for the 10 acres, are we open to other ideas? And are we going to invite the community to talk about it? I get the impression we're trying to push something through, and I don't feel comfortable pushing something through, although I do love public, the partnerships with the county and stuff when it works out. But I just want to make sure the community has some sort of say and input into what happens out there.
You want me to answer that question, or is it the council question?
You may, yes.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I guess I would answer it this way. So the CPG, that's what the CPG is. So if you want to utilize the funds by the county, it is related to recreational sports usage of fields. It's nothing but that. Within that zone, obviously, there's a public format to it where we could add as many passive zones as possible. To your point, they're great points. I mean, like, I would love to add trails and other pieces unrelated to the sports fields, so families can go there and hang out and do other things related to, it's not just about sports, but sports does a lot of really good things. And so we would add as much as that as we possibly could to that site. And Steve could probably speak to some of those wetland areas that might be great spots for things, as you kind of had mentioned, honestly. And so I would answer it probably that way. But to utilize the CPG grants moving forward, including the 25,000 I have, it really is related to that. That's what the county wanted the use of it. And I don't think they would allow me to do anything outside of that, honestly, as it relates to the award of that. So
I think if I may step in, I think what Councilmember Brudnicki was getting at is that feasibility is great, but there are lots of community desires for that property. And so I think what she's talking about is making sure that outside of this feasibility process, that when the city is planning, since it's city property, is planning the long-term use of that park, that the entire community is involved. And that is outside, obviously, of what your CPG grant does, but making sure that there's a parallel process there to ensure that a project isn't pushed through just because grant money's there, but because the community has been involved and engaged and agreed that that's the direction to move forward. Did I capture that correctly, Councilmember Brudnicki? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
that-
that's
thank you.
I
That's
I hope that helps.
Excuse me, that's an
clarify.
important piece. That's actually an important piece of the process that in the plan is community involvement, community. There's actually, that's a piece that we're actually paying for as it relates to that study is community involvement, community feedback. To that point, that's actually a big piece of it. That's a part of that. Yeah, if that
Okay.
makes sense. To the middle work.
Councilmember McHenry.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to clarify or restate some of the things I've said before. And I think that Director Thomas would have some great insight into some of the things I'm about to say with parks. You know, I always think back to when I've come to the parks meetings that some of the developers in Duval have hosted for the community. And I think about how they don't just have a meeting with a bunch of blank paper and pencils. They have renderings, they have feasibility. And if I recall, one developer had multiple meetings. So, you know, the community was able to give some feedback. And then at the next meeting, well, we've kind of updated, or here's what we're seeing. Or maybe I'm mixing up two meetings. But I guess my point is I see the value in having a feasibility. And you guys know how important community involvement is to me. I don't see this in the same way, I guess. I see this as a conversation starter, not a, here's what we should do with this park. I think for the community to have this conversation, and I see them getting involved all throughout the process, not just at one point in time. I see this as a valuable tool to start a conversation. So if I can look at a picture and say, whoa, we could squeeze, you know, 3 fields on there. We don't want to do that, but we could. And that gives you a better idea of what else you can do. Okay, so maybe we want 1 field and then we want this other thing here. I just think that I see the value in starting somewhere, and I don't see that as a roadblock to community involvement or input. I see multiple groups in the community that are going to want to say in different aspects of this property. And going back to something Director Lenashevsky said too about property acquisition, I mean, that was a big thing that we talked about in committee is, you know, what are the possibilities in this area? You know, before we go making a plan, is it possible to acquire anything else, or is there anything available? So, I mean, we just want to see this as one big plan. I guess I didn't see this process as rushing, rather just trying to use grant money before it expires, but not like we're pushing it toward an end goal of needing to be decided when this happens. It's just, to me, it's a conversation starter. And I don't know if that matches up with what Little League is feeling as well, but that's what I saw this whole thing as.
Councilmember Brudnicki has another question or comment. Does anyone else have any questions or comments at this point? Mayor Pro Tem Remington and then Councilmember Schaefer, and I will get back to you, Councilmember Brudnicki.
Yeah, that's fine.
First, I just wanted to thank you, Greg, one, for your commitment to the community. My grandkids are growing up, but to watch so many of the youngsters in our community, especially with COVID, having opportunities with our great fields. I also think there's, besides the personal involvement of our community, there's a real economic impact. Most of those Little League groups go out for ice cream at CC's or pizza downtown, or the family goes out to grab a quick bite, you know, and so it's real. The cities that have a sports complex bring in a lot of folks from outside that get to know the community. So thank you for your work. I too, similar to Councilmember McHenry, see this as a jumping off point for us. I have the same concerns as Councilmember Brudnicki, that we really involve our community and not just look at the sports aspect, but I see that as part of this process. This is a great place for us to get some ideas. What could you do? There's certainly enough property to do multiple things with it. And I'm always looking ahead and even having an opportunity to go after that other grant. In other words, come up with a plan with our community and go after one of these other grants to acquisition, you know, additional properties. I've always imagined if we could buy the property on the east end that would link to Baton Road, and we'd have quite a complex up there with great access. So I see this as very positive. Certainly, I'm just one council member, but I would really encourage our city at this point to work out an agreement with you. Let's move forward with that grant so we can take advantage Like Councilmember McHenry said, this is just a very high level overview. We don't have architectural drawings. It's just a plan to take to the community and say, here's some options. And then get their feedback and use community feedback to really guide our next steps. So I personally just thank you. And again, I would in fact encourage other council members to consider that we direct the city to go ahead and work on an agreement with the Little League and utilize that grant to come up with ideas. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, well, Mike very elegantly said most of what I wanted to say, more elegantly than I probably would have. But anyway, my remaining question is, what's the next step? Assuming we agree we do want to take advantage of this near-term grant with all of the qualifications that we've talked about today, what do we need to do next? And Steve or Greg, I guess I'm addressing this question to either one of you.
I think Mr. Laniszewski is the best to answer that.
Sure, thank you. So we do have our esteemed legal counsel in the bottom right-hand corner of my screen. He and I did converse about this, and a resolution basically kind of stepping us through just a formal partnership, recognizing Little League as the owner of the grant, like recognizing the city as the owner of the property, recognizing our processes to just stay on the up and up with our community. And I won't call it a simple resolution, but it seemed to be a fairly simple resolution. Obviously, Greg has a Little League board. He's got to get on board, and we have you as counselors. So Daniel hasn't chimed in, but that was our discussion as we had in the past on this. So trying to figure it out. I think there's a good path forward. Daniel, did I hit it on the head?
Yes, I saw the thumbs up. Councilmember Brodnicki and then Councilmember Lingle.
Okay, so I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, okay, but I think what I'm struggling with here is the financial aspect of it all, because I recall, and I worked on way back when on the ball fields. And at some point in time, and I recall thinking, couldn't figure out what it was going to be maintaining those fields. And this is really for a question probably for Steve, but I'm probably something to share with the council. And so at some point, we all had to make that decision and say, okay, taxpayers of Duval, you're going to have to pay for the maintenance of those fields. And we had to do that. And so then we are doing improvements in our city, and we're really drilling down and trying to really figure out, can we pay for mowing of grass, plantings, landscaping? And so when I think of 10 acres and a ball field again, or sports complex again, you know, it kind of sets my hair on fire, because all I can think is, will we be coming back to the community again and say, hey, we did all this and it's going to cost us money to maintain it. And so that's why I think public process is so important in this. And I understand launching off ideas are great. I just want to make sure that the public is well aware and they have a voice and they understand the path we are going down, where we're going. Because when we did the other ball fields, we had the groups come to us and say, we need a ball field. We can't play on these other fields. And that moved through. And so it moved through fairly quickly, as I recall. And then here we have these wonderful fields, yes, but we have to pay to maintain them. And that's not something that we just, you know, have magical money. And it's very expensive. And at some point we have to replace those fields. And so I just want to be very aware of that huge cost and to be aware of what, you know, the public needs to know. You can have these wonderful things, you will have to pay for them, and be very transparent about that. And that's why I think, like, not just sports and all that, but if the public says they want, because, you know, when we do those surveys, oh, there's a lot of things people say. They're always the same things. That swimming pool is always on there, you know. They always say the same things of what they want. It hasn't changed in over 10 years that I've looked at the surveys. But to meet that, you always have to think, okay, they want X, Y, Z, and how do we do that and stay within our budget? And, you know, I always think, can we do it without having to raise taxes or go out to get some sort of legislation passed so that that income can funnel to those things? And that's the thing that I'm concerned about. I don't want to kill an idea, and I don't want to be a downer on idea. I think ideas are great and I support that. I just want to make sure that it goes through a process where the public's fully aware, and that those who want other things can come in. And if the grant allows us to explore beyond ball fields and supports that, and we have a process that gives the community enough time to absorb and understand what the investment is, you know, that's great. That's just, I think I was sticker shocked from the last big investment we did. So I'm just bringing that forward. Okay. That's all.
Councilmember Bernanke, you bring up some really good points. And I think this might be a little bit different, this one, than the first phase, I would say, right? Is that you didn't involve a CPG type agreement where that's the reason the county wanted us involved, whereas for issues like you brought up, which are great points. So if you look at like Petrovisky, Ravensdale, and even Redmond Ridge up on the hill, their partner is a nonprofit. And so the nonprofit actually puts money into their funds each year related to maintenance, the 10-year maintenance of turf. And so I've already talked to their presidents about this point, is that we should add pieces to our registration, pieces to private money funding, you know, funding private, whether it's through registration, whether it's through private donors on this project for the long-term maintenance of the fields. So we would be a partner to you in that concern that you brought up, which is a really important point. I thought about that really early in the process, is like, gosh, this sounds really cool, but how are we going to afford it? How are we going to deal with maintenance? How are we going to deal with this or that? So your points are very, you know, well taken, and you know, we've been discussing how do we deal with that, and the county has given us many examples of how we would, you know, deal with that concern.
Thank you.
Oh, you bet.
Councilmember Lengo, if it's okay, Councilmember Hoag hasn't spoken yet. So if it's okay with you, I'll let her speak first and then come back to you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess before I say what I'm going to say, I do want to mention that my kids were very active in sports. They were in lacrosse, soccer, softball, you know, it was endless. So I'm very supportive of this type of a thing, but I also remember feeling very shocked when I found out that the turf costs $1 million to replace every 10 years. I had no idea. So I guess I feel the need for more information as well, like Councilmember Brudnicki, but thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lengo and then Councilmember Napland.
Well, I always like to try to find a way to sort of bring concepts together. And what I've seen in the past is you have this sort of, as Councilmember McHenry said, you have sort of this initial step. And I don't have to go back to describing it because others have described it just fine. And then a second grant application might not be some $500,000 application, right? I'm reflecting back on the grant evolution for Main Street. Then the next piece is another level of feasibility, and we're getting more in depth. And in the second grant application, maybe that's where we really look at the nuts and bolts of cost, because that could be a decider of how much we do and what it includes, right? And so it could be that we start to really think about this project in stages. And that way we are never biting off, you know, more than we feel comfortable with. And in an agreement, if, you know, what we could do is start with a mini agreement and then, you know, keep thinking about, as the concept is community shaped, you know, have it very clear in any approval of council that we're going to be doing subsequent feasibility around the costs before we get in over our head. So we could do some very basic steps as we move through this. But that's what happened with Main Street. You know, the city got an initial grant. It was very, you know, minimal, really. It was to take a concept and develop it a little further. And then there were extra planning pieces. And it seems like something this big probably would have that too. Mayor, does that kind of touch a little bit on your concern that we not get too far ahead of ourselves?
It does, and I think it all ties in with things that Councilmember McHenry and Brodnicki have said as well. You know, to be clear, I'm a Little League mom. You know, proud point of privilege. My son got the game ball tonight. He had he belted one out into the outfield. But you know, recognizing that you know, that we have 8,000 residents that we represent. We also have a lot of folks out in the unincorporated King County that will utilize our fields as well. And, you know, looking at our long-term feasibility, I mean, I am personally thrilled to hear that there is discussion about the long-term maintenance and partnerships for funding turf. One of the concerns that, you know, in the long-term process, and this is getting a little into the weeds right now, that I would have is making sure that there's guardrails in place, because if something happens with leagues and they choose not to or cannot keep up with their obligation, whose responsibility is it down the line? So just, you know, there's tightening things up if we get to that point. But yes, Councilmember Lingle, I think you addressed part of those, and I, you know, I'm in concurrence with Councilmember Brodnicki as well. And I think, you know, personally, I think, you know, going forth with the feasibility is a good idea, just as long as the guardrails are clear on what the steps are in the process and making sure we don't get too far ahead before we have all the data necessary and community feedback. Councilmember Napland.
I'll just keep this really quick. It is just the first step. It's a feasibility study. Everything we get through this feasibility study could be used, even if we decide to throw out having a field entirely. The information would be helpful for whatever we end up citing at the park. So I just wanted to add that in there. The other thing I wanted to mention is I've been to a lot of different parks. My favorite ones were parks that had lots of different amenities. When my oldest was playing select and traveling to different parks, I had a 2-3-year-old, and if all there was at the park was ball fields, it was terrible. I love parks that have lots of different options for different stages of life. And so I hope that that is part of the plan. And I think that Greg also feels the same way, that those are the best parks where there are other options as well. And so I imagine as part of the feasibility study, it would be looking at how else could you supplement the ball fields to create a welcoming environment for even those who aren't in organized sports. So anyway, I'm in support of this. I think we should move it forward, and the information will be useful no matter what we end up doing.
Great. Councilmember Brodnicki.
I just wanted to say to Councilmember Lingle's point is that when we did Main Street, we had a committee. There was absolutely no decision or direction made except to improve it. And that's what I'm asking for, is that if you're going to take a 10-acre piece of land, then there was no decision made about Main Street except to improve it. No one knew, and the committee was made up of people throughout the whole community, members who sat on there. It was about 14 people. And so with that property to be vetted and how it's going to be used, the kind of input I'm looking for is that kind of representation from the community is what I was saying. So if the grant allows to have that kind of expanse of review for the property, then that would be great. But if it's solely focused only on sports fields, that presents a little concern for me, only because there are lots of folks in our community who want other things. And so I'm just speaking on behalf of their consideration.
Thank you. And I think what we have here is consensus to move forward with a resolution for the feasibility. And I think that it is very reasonable to include concerns in the resolution. So it sets that baseline for what we're looking for as a city as a whole, to kind of set that baseline for what we would expect for any future processes involving analysis of the property. If I'm hearing that incorrectly, please speak up, but it sounds like we've got relatively clear direction on that. Mr. Laniszewski.
So yes, thank you, Mayor. So the Little League has 25 grand. we can move forward with the resolution, place expectations within it. I won't use the word concerns, I just said expectations. And I think really once we can interview someone and start that process, assuming the resolution's copacetic with all, we'll understand the cost more because we won't bid on cost. We'll look for qualifications on this. And if the all the work falls within the 25K grade, it's Little League and their support and our support working together. If it's more, we'll let you know. If it's less, we'll let you know. But I do think we can also incorporate some of those preliminary high-level numbers on field, like we got bubble cloud kind of stuff, not baselines and all the details. So I think we can get there, and we can have a little M&O informational on it as well, maintenance and operations for those, knowing those concerns of what it is going to take to manage another facility. Economies of scale, having one facility there, but absolutely there's still more work when you have another facility and more replacement costs. So I think Greg and I could probably meet with some folks and explain. And the good news is they can watch this too, right? 8:30 to 9:12. Here you go. This is what our community's, thought on this project is. So I think we can provide that.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McHenry.
Just to follow up on what Councilmember Brudnicki, was talking about, and I know we're all wanting community involvement in this, but I think the specific concern, if I'm hearing it correctly, is about getting some more input earlier, before possibly even the feasibility. And I don't know, is it possible to do a broad community survey, or would it be, I almost hesitate because would it be too much? Too many different options, or is it possible to try and solicit community feedback early on, at kind of parallel to this process of going through and selecting someone? And that's certainly something I would volunteer to help with, but it was just something I thought of to try and help appease that, to get some early input. Make it be clear that we don't know what we're going to do yet, and we're just trying to get some early feedback. And then, there might be more surveys down the line as we start to focus in a little more on what is possible. Or do you think, and then this is to Director Laniszewski, do you think it's better to wait until after an initial feasibility study to do the first community survey or involvement of some kind?
No, I think that's a great idea. And I think, of course, a professional is going to advise us on national standards on population surrounding areas and what we should expect to build as a community for sports and other activities. And yeah, I think everything everybody's wanted besides a pool, I tell my kids all the time, we're not getting a pool. I've got to be the one to tell them. They nag me to death, and then we talk about operations costs. I lose them and they wander away. So not let alone, I don't even get to insurance. So what comments will come, but I think hopefully more, direct comments on that property and what, people could see there would come from that survey. And yeah, surveys are very easy. Unfortunately, the side effect is weeding through data. So it's a great time to have community open house. It's virtual. We probably could get more people to attend a virtual open house and maybe a meeting on site. So, I think 25K can go a long way with a consultant getting us pretty relevant information, and again, some preliminary layouts that we can take forward, to obviously this group to move forward on the next step of expenditure and grant applications, but the community and visioning and doing something with the piece of property we just obtained, as the parks plan says, right? It's there for a reason. So.
Yeah, I think that could be a really great way to show, our intention of involving the community every step of the way and at an early point, and that we are interested in looking at all possibilities for this park.
Thank you, Councilmember McHenry. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Naplin, for coming and presenting. Appreciate again the partnership with the other nonprofits, and to Councilmember McHenry's point, looking at this in a holistic view and starting to get a long-term plan for that park development going. So thank you so much for attending tonight.
Thank you, everyone.
We do have several items of other business to continue on tonight. And just to let folks know, we may have, we're at 9:15. So we will likely need to extend our meeting, but I'll try and get us through a couple more items before we get to that point. So we do our first item of new business is Agenda Bill 21-49A, adjust the FT allocation for the Public Works Engineering intern from 0.1 to 0.25 with a budget amendment for the 2021 and 2022 budget years. For discussion and or decision, but Mr. Laniszewski.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Steve Laniszewski, Public Works. So we always apologize when we don't have pertinent and accurate information, not only in our budget, but in our council packet. But it was quite honestly unbeknownst to me that when we budgeted for an intern that it didn't mean, full-time, because we've got a ton of work. So we were pretty excited, and then I was going through the paperwork and came to the realization that that was for a half-time. So my ask is for a full-time intern. We had over 40 candidates, actually a handful from Duval and Cedar Crest that are qualified, that made the application, and the top candidate is from Cedar Crest and is effectively a junior over there at BYU because of Running Start. So with that said, the packet was prepared. We put numbers in there for you. We did discuss this at our Public Works Committee. And one note of interest, Councilmember McHenry wanted to share comparables, like, hey, if you're going to do work that others could do that we're going to pay consultants for, that might be a good number to share. So we did put that in there. The GIS work we still need to do can cost us consultant dollars, or we can have the intern assist us, which is part of the deal. The only bad thing, and I'm going to share my screen twice. I'm going to share it once with what's in the packet. And you can see the budget dollars here. This column of numbers, and the second thing I have to share is an edit, were not 100% accurate based on hourly wage, which was 24 and change, but on the assumption of hours. So the $19,000 and 60 request, which included 10,900 of budgeted, is not exactly accurate. So Dana pointed that out to me just a bit ago. So I'm going to share an updated redlined version. So we were off by about $1,280 per fund, which increased this by whatever my number was, from 19,060 to 22,900. With that said, I'm certainly able to resend a document. Another point of order that my esteemed finance director shared is we have had 3 other savings that are unbeknownst to any math provided here. The assistant engineer has not yet been promoted, so that is a $4,800 current dollars savings. We delayed the hiring of 2 maintenance workers just because it was budgeted for January 2021, and they were enacted and hired and started in April. That saved 20 grand. And then rearranging Public Works last year, or beginning of this year, to take a Public Works maintenance, convert it to a Parks, and had a bunch of other shifts happening, which saved 52,000 over the biennium. So 77,380 saved over the biennium, but the number provided in your packet was off by the amount of the difference of 22,900 minus 19,060. So that is my edit and error, and then my ask is for support of an engineering intern.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Laniszewski. Councilmember Langle.
I just wanted to jump in here real quick. I support this agenda bill, and I especially like the write-up that showed the comparison against consulting contracts, since this has been a subject I've brought up before. So, that's all I have to say about it. And if other council members concur, and I know I'm really asserting myself here, but if a decision is not made tonight, and people are inclined, then it could go on the consent agenda as far as I was concerned, because obviously I've already said I support it.
Thank you. Councilmember Napland.
I just want to say I'm thrilled with this idea. I'm glad it's gone through the Public Works Committee and had a closer look, but one of my summer jobs in high school, I was an intern at the Forest Service and I digitized aerial maps of trees. And, you know, it was a great experience for me. And I hope I provided good work for the Forest Service. It was a lot of fun, but I think this is great. And in the end, I believe it will save us money because we need to get that work done. Is it the Activov getting some of that put in? I see a head shaking. Yeah, we bought that a long time ago and, you know, we're paying every year for it and we got to get that going. I mean, it's a waste to have it if we don't put the data in it. So the sooner the better.
Yeah, we do use it. We do tickets. We do, it is used for work tracking. It is fully implemented for water system. We are working on storm drain and Transpo is about done with sewer. They've actually finished collecting data at the treatment plant on every item in this plant, pump, motor, solenoid. The guy was here for, you know, a better part of a week, tagging every asset, upstairs, downstairs, left and right. So yes.
That's awesome. That's really good to hear.
So I think I'll be presumptuous at this point and ask council, are there any objections to this change at this point? Not seeing any. So then I will ask council for the sake of expediency, if you are interested in entertaining suspending your rules to approve this evening. And if so, I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we suspend our rules in section 5.6 requiring additional review and finalize this item at this meeting.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of suspending the rules, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, would someone like to make a motion on the agenda bill?
I move we approve Agenda Bill 21-49A, adjusting the FTE allocation for the Public Works Engineering intern from 0.1 to 0.25 with a budget amendment for the 2021-2022 budget years.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember McHenry and a second by Councilmember Naplin. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. Thank you for that, folks. That'll be very helpful to the Public Works Department. Moving on to Agenda Bill 21-50A, approve and authorize the mayor to sign amendment number 16 with John Galt for hearing examiner services through December 31st, 2021. This is a first touch. You're welcome to make a decision if you choose tonight, and I will let Ms. Thomas, Director of Community Development, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This evening, we have a contract extension for professional services with John Galt. Our hearing examiner holds public hearings for our land use projects and renders decisions. The hearing examiner also hears appeals for civil infractions, penalties, fines, and orders for the police department as well. And staff will be seeking a new service contract with a hearing examiner this summer through a competitive process. I can take any questions.
If there aren't any, oh, Councilmember Naplin?
Oh, I was on the next agenda item. Sorry, I got it.
All right. So if there aren't any objections, this is another one that would be very appropriate to suspend the rules and move forward this evening if you so desire. Mayor Pro Tem?
Mayor, I recommend the council suspend our three-touch rule in preparation for approving this evening.
Second, McHenry.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Remington and a second by Councilmember McHenry to suspend the rules. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And now I'd be happy to entertain a motion on Agenda Bill 21-50A.
I move that- Oh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I recommend council approve Agenda Bill 21-50A, approving and authorizing the mayor to sign amendment number 16 with John Galt for hearing examiner services through December 31st, 2021.
Second, Brodnicki.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Remington and a second by Councilmember Brodnicki to approve Agenda Bill AB 21-50A. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those,
Aye.
all those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. Thank you very much for that quick approval. Moving on to another hopefully quick approval, Agenda Bill 21-51A, approve and authorize the mayor to sign amendment number 3 with Aim to Please for janitorial services through December 31st, 2021 for discussion and or decision. Ms. Wyckoff.
Mayor and Council, Jody Wyckoff, City Clerk. Before you this evening is amendment number 3 with Aim to Please for janitorial services for the city of Duval. This would extend the contract through the end of the year. The plan is to use the new procurement policy as soon as approved to acquire a new service or a new contract, I should say, that would begin January 1, 2022. And I am here to entertain any questions.
Councilmember Napland.
Sorry about that. My dog and cat kept going in and out. It was very distracting. So I just had a question. I noticed there's some buildings on the list that we aren't using or maybe not using in the full capacity that we have in the past. Are we modifying our, yes, I see head nods and then.
Yeah, so you'll notice that we didn't ask for as much in this amendment as we did in the previous amendment. And that is because we have realized some cost savings because we are not having the rec center and the depot building cleaned on a regular basis.
Okay.
And so there's kind of an offset with the disinfecting service that we had to add with COVID. But again, hopefully very soon we will be able to lighten that up a little bit as well.
Okay, that was my other question, is that I wasn't quite sure exactly what the recommendation was on how often you have to disinfect.
We've been doing it weekly for the staffed buildings, but that may change soon with new CDC guidelines, yet to be determined.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
And seeing no questions, if council would like to again suspend the rules, we'd be happy to entertain a motion. Otherwise, we can are also happy to put it on the consent agenda at the next meeting.
I'd like to suspend rules.
Mike Remington, second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoag and a second by Councilmember Remington to suspend the rules. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, do we have a motion on the underlying bill?
I'd like to move that we approve Agenda Bill 21-51A.
Mike Remington, second.
Great, we have a motion by Councilmember Hoag, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Remington. All the, Andy should check any further discussion on this item. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And now we are at 9:29. So we will need a motion to extend our meeting past 9:30.
I move we extend our meeting past 9:30.
I second that.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember McHenry, a second by Councilmember Schaefer to extend our meeting past 9:30. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, we will move on to Agenda Bill 21-52A, Administrative Assistant 1 for the Clerk's Office. And this is for discussion. Of course, you always have the option, if you're interested in moving forward tonight, Otherwise, we can extend it to the next meeting. And it'll be Mr. Cotton and Ms. Wyckoff. And just a real quick introduction on this one. This is a position that is funded in the 2022 portion of the budget, and really is bringing back a position that was eliminated years ago. So Mr. Cotton and Ms. Wyckoff, please take it away.
You're on mute, Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Ryan Cotton, Interim City Administrator, and I've been asked to look at this and be part of this agenda process. We will defer here to City Clerk shortly for some detail, but I do want you to see how it's being perceived. This, as was identified, was a former position that the city had. Something I have observed is that Duval is heavy on projects, tasks, and somewhat lighter on administrative support than one would expect, given that workload. So my primary goal here to say is that the idea is to have more ability to delegate some of the activity. And for example, the city clerk become third on the phones instead of second right now, which would allow more effort associated with higher level tasks, especially contract management and some other of those backlog projects. And the goal is to do what is in the budget for January, but begin earlier. And that's important because it is hard to find and match the right people for the right jobs in this current economic climate. So it doesn't hurt to get started early. Maybe this will be filled August 1st. Maybe we'll need to work harder and it might be September 1st. But in any event, the sooner we get started, the more likely it is we'll find that right match and we'll be able to accomplish the various needs. One of those needs is succession planning. We do not have a deputy clerk now. I don't know. I think the last one was the city clerk before she was promoted. It's important that succession planning be a key element of all of our proactive thinking. And the idea of hiring someone who is early in their career, but with an interest and capability of going way beyond that entry-level position to potentially be groomed as a deputy city clerk is in the back of our minds. And with that, I will conclude by sharing my screen and showing you the dollars. Uh-oh, where'd it go? It's not what I expected to see. Let me look again here. No. So I'm sharing my screen, right? And this is not what I want to share with you.
It's not sharing yet.
Oh, well, that's good. Let me just refer you to page 41 of the agenda.
Which one are you trying to show? I can share my screen, Ryan.
Yeah, page 41 of the agenda, which I thought was right at my fingertips.
Is it the agenda bill itself?
The agenda bill, well, the whole city council agenda. Starts with the extra costs and it shows the various salary options based on steps.
Okay, here it comes.
And if you scroll down, I think it's scrolling down. Yep. Right there. So the step one is $13.74. And that is what's in the budget for January. Looking at that, of course, we all know that McDonald's is hiring at higher than that. We also know that minimum wage is not too far different from that. I think it's 20 cents less. It's being recommended that City Council consider authorization to hire at step 4, $17.51 per hour. For context, that's the number that I hired a similar position for 16 years ago in a location that had probably a third of the cost of living of this area right now. That annualized would be $36,420. that is definitely an entry-level position in what I know. But yet there would be some hope, since it's at the top of the, or closer, that the person would grow faster. And that would give us the opportunity to recruit better. Last thing I'll say is, for comparison, I went on Duval, Washington Facebook today, just to become acquainted with what's being said. And the first thing I saw was an advertisement from Flex Jobs. I did not recognize the individual's name, but he was advertising for people to do entry-level work, data entry, accounting, entry-level, receptionist, entry-level city or clerk type duties. And he was offering $25 per hour with no experience needed to work for Flex Jobs. So that seemed like an interesting comparison that signifies that $17.51 is definitely not too high. With that, I'll turn it over to the city clerk to explain more about the need for this in terms of accomplishing goals for the residents and for the city council.
Thank you, Mr. Cotton. For the record, Jody Wyckoff, city clerk. I'm going to stop sharing my screen really quick so I can see everybody's beautiful face. So I got into a lot of detail on the agenda bill to explain kind of the why are we asking for this now. The Finance and Administration Department as a whole, including the clerk's office, has done kind of a restructure this year, this biennium. And the last phase of that is hiring this admin 1 position. We just recently promoted Sherry James, the admin 2, up to an admin 3, and she's dabbling in her new tasks. However, the fact that she is still on the front line doing the admin 1 position duties is preventing her from being able to really get into the meat of those new tasks and create new processes. Our main goal is to create processes and efficiencies that will affect the entire city. And as Mr. Cotton mentioned, one of those being contract coordination. So once a contract is approved by council, the Sherry would then be in charge of making sure that that gets routed and recorded with the county if it needs to be, and filed correctly, and keep up on it so that we don't miss deadlines of getting those contracts renewed. And if it requires an RFP process, making sure that the project manager knows that it's coming up. So we're hoping that and the new HR admin style duties that she will be doing will also be creating additional efficiencies for the city. We're just being siloed physically. Being decentralized with all of our functions and such is really starting to play, it's playing a toll on us as far as being able to function as efficiently and effectively as we should be able to. And we're hoping that by taking and adding this admin 1 position, we will be able to take some of that basic clerical duties off of Sherry's plate. She'll be able to take on more duties and be my backup more, so that I can then also do some of the larger lifts that I've been trying to get to. So I didn't know if council had any questions. That was just kind of a really high level quick touch on why we are asking for this to happen now. As Mr. Cotton mentioned, the very earliest we can foresee this being hired would be the first week of August. And that's if we got lots of good responses in the first run, had the most amazing applicant ever, and they said yes to our first offer and passed the background in a matter of days. So that's a pipe dream in my view as far as the timeline, but the very earliest we would anticipate this person starting would be the first week of August. And I'm here to answer questions.
All right, Councilmember Naplin and then Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I was just looking at the salary schedule for this, and I was thinking that the steps look really big. And I thought we were going to make an effort to sort of regulate the step increases. So for example, from step 3 to 4, it's a 13.4% increase. And from 4 to 5, it's 11.5% increase. You add COLA, those are huge increases each year. And I think that there was going to be an attempt when we did our salary survey to normalize that, to have a more consistent step increase, because that creates just a huge range between starting and top step. And we were trying to get away from that. And so I don't know if anyone else is already in this admin 1 position, but perhaps before we hire someone, we could fix that.
The last person to be in the admin 1 position, right here.
Yeah.
And I was hired 20 years and 2 weeks ago. So this band is going to be looked at during the compensation study. And we do anticipate that with council's approval, it will likely be adjusted. And I'm sure those spaces between steps will also be adjusted.
I guess I'm just, it's almost a 50% increase in salary in just a couple years.
So
it just seems a little, I'm just concerned that we shouldn't hire someone into a salary schedule that is very odd and not something we would want to continue, because it could create, I would think.
Councilmember Naplin, I just want to share on that is that we intentionally chose not to put staff time in looking at comparables and adjusting the pay scale prior to the salary study unless council asks us to. Again, this scale has not been looked at in 20 years, but it's still, step 4 is still a very low starting wage for the role itself. By the time somebody gets in, chances are we'll be well into that salary survey. Some data will be coming out and that will be changed, and more likely than not, a new salary scale would put that person at a higher rate to begin with later on as we get that work done. So this is a very low wage to start. We could have staff go back and do comparables and look at it. But I don't know that it's a good use of staff time when we have the salary and compensation study coming forth in the near term. Councilmember Lingle.
Just 2 points. Number 1, I'm not surprised that we are looking at hiring this position sooner than later. No surprise at all to me at all. Number 2, I think the 1754 or whatever it was, I think it will be a low number to hire someone. And I just think that's what it is. I mean, minimum wage, I will double check this in my brain, but I'm pretty sure minimum wage in King County is $15 an hour. And so I know in Seattle it is. And so I think we'll see the need to actually have a higher hourly rate.
Councilmember Schaefer and then Councilmember Rudnicki.
Regardless of pay scale.
Let's see. First of all, I completely support the need for another administrative assistant. I completely support the higher step wage as well. I think we'd be doing ourselves a disservice to hire anybody that doesn't have a competitive wage. And Council Members Lingle's concern is I think well voiced. I'm not even sure step 4 is high enough, but that's not my question. So my question is, if we go to the table up above, the amendment needed totals 44,000. I don't understand where that 44,000 comes from, because obviously down below the difference between step 1 and step 4 is around $8,000. Can Jody, maybe you can explain that to me?
I'm actually going to let the finance director explain the numbers, because she whipped these up for me. So
okay.
Good evening, Council. Dana Mason, Finance Director. That is actually including the benefits in a position where that's this low in wage. Benefits are almost the same amount as the salary each year, and we budget for all new positions at full benefits, assuming that they have a spouse and dependents.
Okay, good. So that would be, the delta then would be 36,000 for benefits? Is that right? Approximately.
No, for just 5 months of the year for August. So the amendment needed is just for the 5 months of 2021.
Okay, and so this 44,000 includes the additional salary, which is approximately $8,000 between step 1 and step 4, and then also 5 months worth of benefits. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes. So it includes the increase in salary, the 5 months of salary, and 5 months of benefits.
Okay, and 5 months of salary, not a full year of salary. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good. Yeah, that's a little bit higher than I would have expected for benefits, but you know much better than I. So thanks for the clarification.
Councilmember Rudnicki.
So I have had a reality check when I'm doing my hiring, and I can't hire anybody for 17 whatever and change, not even a student in high school, because I compete with Starbucks and they pay more than that. So that's one thing. But the other thing is this, are we thinking long-term for this position? Is this a short term? Because long-term, if we're going to make some sort of investment, I think we have to think about that when we look at that wage and what the goal is for hiring. But I would agree that wage in our areas, I can't hire anybody for that to do basic stuff.
I can kind of answer the long-term goal question. So my long-term goal would be, as Mr. Cotton alluded to, is to eventually find someone to become my deputy. My admin 3 has expressed that, as much as she is willing to do the work needed, she is not interested in taking the training necessary to become a certified municipal clerk and such. So, which I completely respect. She's at that point in her career. So what I'm hoping for is maybe to hire a rock star as an admin 1, and then eventually that person would up to an admin 2, and then an admin 3, and eventually a deputy. Or if they're a super rock star, maybe just jump one of those and go straight to a deputy, depending on what kind of training they would be taking. And then, of course, at that time, whenever that may be, 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is, we would have to probably backfill the admin 1 position again. But I'm assuming that by that time we would have the bandwidth, within the budget to do so. But long term right now, what I'm looking for is just to create some space for all of us to be able to get some more work done and kind of shift the way that we are doing our work, because sometimes it feels very reactionary, and we really want to get to that point where we can be proactive and create those policies, processes, and functions that will make all of our lives so much easier. I hope that kind of answered your question.
Thank you. Councilmember McHenry.
Yeah, I just want to say that overall I support this, and I definitely think getting started sooner rather than later is a good idea, because it just seems like the job applicant pool and market right now is a little unpredictable. I mean, for some job listings, you get an incredible amount of applicants and they're all really well qualified, and then some just don't pan out. So I think it's good to get going on this because we don't know how that's going to work out. And in terms of, some of the other points that have been brought up, I think that, if we look at, how things happened in the police department with such a successful succession plan and talking about wanting to eventually train someone to become a deputy clerk, I think it's really important to the city to really be thinking long-term about those goals.
Thank you. I know Councilmember Naplin has another comment, but we haven't heard from Councilmember Hoag. Did you have anything to add?
I don't really have anything to add. I am in favor of this. So yeah, so I don't really have anything more to say.
Thank you. Councilmember Naplin? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Remington, or Mayor Pro Tem, we haven't heard from you yet. And I just saw your hand, so I want to get to everybody first before we go around a second.
I do support this as well. When we're talking about benefits and salary, it's really a package thing. A lot of people come to cities, work in municipalities, not just for the wage, but they have excellent package benefits, including health and retirement. So I look at it that way. I do fully support our interim city administrators' desire to start at a higher step. I try not to just lock it in at 4. Sometimes when you're trying to hire someone, you realize you got to have that extra flexibility to potentially go higher. I don't see this just as a opportunity to get somebody in the office to do additional work. It really is supporting our city clerk's position, and she has one of the more complicated jobs, dealing with everything from maintaining some of our databases and our public records. She's the closest we have as a direct person supporting. I work very closely with Jody, each work on our agendas, lining folks up. She's the one that often calls, and she's sending out everything from links to Zoom meetings, getting them everything they need. It's really a high level position. Many of the legal things that we deal with, she's the one keeping an eye on those, reminding staff and getting things together so we don't drop things. So I see it as much a opportunity to give Jody Wyckoff some assistance here so that she can really work on those higher level things. So I would support trying to move it forward tonight if we can. I'm not trying to belittle the amount of money. It's a lot of money overall, but we've already approved it in the budget. We're just simply moving it up a few months early so that we can maintain this rapid pace of work we're trying to keep up on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And now back to Councilmember Naplin.
Yeah, I just wanted to put this in perspective of our budget as a whole. I know we're looking at a budget amendment, but we are running a budget, I believe, on a deficit, and we just approved a union contract that had a much higher cost than was built into the budget. So that is pushing us even more into a deficit. We have this, we've had a lot of other things we've talked about since the beginning of the year, since our budget was approved, that also require budget amendments. And I think it might be wise to look at the cumulative effect of all of these budget amendments. We haven't even solved the police union contract, and that could be another pretty big hit to the general fund specifically. So while I know we're all excited and we want to get the work done and it seems totally reasonable and needed, even a need needs to be weighed against what we can afford. And that's just my concern here. And this hasn't gone through finance committee, and we've been working on the procurement policy, but I just wanted to bring that up. And a lot of these other things have come through committee and been weighed against other things. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there. I feel a little concerned that a lot of things that sound like a good idea cost money, and we only have so much money.
Thank you, Councilmember Naplin. Do you want to make a clarification? Any deficit that we have as a result of putting money in savings, we have record savings and record revenues for the city this year. And just Ms. Mason, if she wants to point out, when we look at our long-term revenue over the last 5 years, it's been nothing but continued to increase. So, yes, there's definitely always concern, I think, especially by administration in moving things forward and making them sustainable. At the same time, we also have to recognize that the city has jobs to do, and our staff doesn't have a choice but to carry out those roles. As pointed out in the memo, this is a really big issue with staffing capacity and things falling through the cracks. We've been talking about, just in general, this challenge for a long time. And we wanted to move some of these things forward after a workload analysis, but we're at a breaking point where we can't continue to wait on a lot of this stuff. So the points are well taken. But I also trust our finance director and in her assessments that budget is available for these items. Definitely, we wouldn't have brought this forward right now if it wasn't a critical dire need for the city to begin process of filling the role. So I points well taken. These are things that we evaluate every single day in administration. Councilmember Lingle.
Yeah, well, we all know my broken record message about how we got to start facing some things, and it's not going to be cheap. What I would suggest here is we not voted, it's for discussion purposes. So if at the next meeting, between now and the next meeting, if Director Mason could take a look at the budget impact of the union contract, and also I'm hoping that with respect to the mediation with the police, that we're really down to some fine points. If we can get a better handle on what that projected number might be, it doesn't have to be broken out, just one big lump number, so we can kind of get a gut feel about where we are on salary, wages, and benefits. And then, you're going to keep hearing it from me. We have a small A administration, not big A administration. We have a small A administration challenge, and we are not going to avoid it. We're not. So that might be a way for Councilmember Naplin and everyone else to kind of get a handle on where we are, because we're not at mid-year and we haven't had a chance to really discuss our first quarter financial report. So if that could work for people to kind of get to the next meeting, that would perhaps make people feel more informed. I vocalized my worry about Jody's, our city clerk's workload many times, so.
Thank you, Councilmember Lingle. Mr. Cotton?
Yeah, I just would like to say that the mediation got canceled, that discussion this week. And because of travel schedules of unrelated to Duval, it's been rescheduled for mid-June. So unfortunately, we won't have any more data points on that, but your point is well taken.
All right, so council's being quiet after the discussion. We did have at least one that wanted to move it forward now, but it sounds like unless I hear any other objection, we'll move this to the next meeting with Councilmember Lingle's suggestions. And Councilmember Schaefer. You're on mute, Councilmember.
There we go. Okay, not an objection, but I guess a concern more for Jody's sake. The longer we delay this, the longer that means that she goes, with the current workload. And with the mediation canceled and delayed, how long can we really let this go on? And should we really actually, I guess, go ahead, move it forward now? I'm asking, I guess, the council's opinion on this, and then still ask Director Mason for an overall look at our budget, as soon as we can get it. and make sure that we are on track for not running a deficit.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaefer brings up a good compromise. Is there any interest in council with that? I'm seeing at least 2 head nods. I'm seeing 3 head nods. That makes 4. So if council would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and move this forward this evening, I would be happy to entertain that motion.
I move we suspend the rules.
Second, Rednicki.
Any discussion on suspension of the rules? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no.
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 Motion passes. Now, if anyone would like to make a motion on the underlying bill, happy to entertain that now.
Okay, I'll do that. Councilmember Schaefer, I move we pass AB 21-51A, the authorized hiring administrative assistant 1 clerk office.
Dan,
50, I think it's 52A.
it is,
Oh,
I'm sorry. The
sorry.
actual, I had the numbers on the agenda bills wrong for some reason. I just noticed that. And then I
Oh,
wanted,
okay, I didn't read it wrong. Okay, 52A, thank you.
Second, Rednicki.
We have a motion by Councilmember Schaefer and a second by Councilmember Bednicki. Is there any further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Remington and then Councilmember Hoag.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing I've always tried to be careful of, even though I've voiced that I'd like to move this forward, and I think there might be the votes to do it, I always get concerned that we not rush things. I think that listening to Councilmember Naplin's concerns, wanting a little more data, I'm never afraid of that. Well, I appreciate the intent here is to get support for our city clerk and more support for administration. By the way, I will comment, what normally happens in cities is you get boots on the ground. You provide people to mow lawns, you take care of your water system. Those are hands-on. And the last thing you get support in is administration. And so I think it really is critical at this point that we have it. But I also just wanted to support council members that still have questions, to want to take a look at some additional data or to just have time to let this settle. This is our first touch, and I don't see any harm in waiting a couple of weeks to let it settle for folks, let them ask questions, take a look at some additional data, and then bring it back. Not because I don't support this, and I said I'd vote for it tonight. But having said that, I just have such deep respect for those that have questions and want some additional information. And so I would recommend at this point that not turning it down because we don't want to do it, but just to give us that extra couple of weeks to be thoughtful and make sure that everyone is comfortable with moving forward with a vote. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Langle.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I know I've had a discussion with the mayor before that about my concern about Jody's workload, our city clerk's workload. I am very concerned about it. So asking for a little bit more information about where we are in the overall budget, to me, that's fundamental to our role, providing overall oversight for where we're going. I don't want it to be interpreted as not understanding this specific need. I just think we have to keep track of where we are. And since they're not looking to hire this tomorrow, I don't see why a couple weeks is a big deal, quite honestly. I just think it gives us a little extra comfort that we know where we are. And that's all I have to say.
All right, Councilmember Hoag, you had your hand up earlier.
I did. So I'm in agreement with Councilmember Remington and Langle. I I do, and I really respect Councilmember Naplin, so I feel like it would be wise to just give us a couple weeks, but I am in support of this agenda bill. So, but I'd like to hold off.
Okay, Councilmember McHenry.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Hoag and all that's been said. I definitely support moving this forward. So it's always kind of an awkward situation when you support it, but you know, many times in the past, just to support each other, if someone has more questions, wants more time, I definitely am okay with waiting a little bit.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Remington, and then Councilmember Schaefer.
Well, I think there's a trend here to say, let's take a little more time. I appreciate Councilmember Schaefer wanting to move it forward to be efficient and start that support sooner than later. My suggestion to kind of move us forward is if Councilmember Schaefer is so inclined to pull back his recommendation that we look at it now, we just simply wait a couple of weeks and put it on our next council agenda.
Well, as far as process, we have a motion and a second on the floor. So we would need a motion to, Jody, correct me, it's late, I'm forgetting the correct motion. I believe it would be a motion to postpone to the next meeting. Is that correct? I see Mr. Kenny has popped on.
So the motion maker can withdraw a motion as long as the second concurs.
Okay, well, in that case, the discussion has been very convincing to me, and I completely support the idea of getting a better view of our finances. I'm pleased to hear we're all concerned about Jody's workload, and we all want to support her and the administrative anyway. I will gladly withdraw the motion.
Second or concur? That would be, yeah, that'd be you.
Can I make a statement?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So in respect to the body here who would need more time to think, I respect that. And I would concur to the withdrawal. I just would say that from my observation and why I supported moving forward is that it has been clear for a few years now that we would need this position. So I just want to make that statement, but I would concur then.
Great. All right, thank you. And then just, for the body's sake, I would ask for grace in letting, since there is concurrence that folks want this position to move forward, and it sounds like there will be approval at the next meeting. Just grace and allowing our staff to move forward with the process that they need to get the job description ready to go and hit the street the day after the next council meeting. Because I don't want her to have to wait another 2 weeks to start that process in earnest. And I'm seeing some head nods that it seems like folks are okay with that. This is critical. I want her to be able to move forward as fast as she can, even if we have to wait another 2 weeks for a final vote.
Great.
So unless there are no objections, we'll make sure that happens internally. All right, so thank you. And moving on to unfinished business, Agenda Bill 21-45B, short-term extension of on-call contracts for discussion. Mr. Laniszewski.
Really quick, I'm sorry, but I believe that Finance Director Mason had a quick follow-up question to make sure she knows what she's doing.
Yes.
Exactly. Hi. I just want some clarification if possible. So would you like me to show the cumulative effect of all of the changes in salary on the budget, or do you want the cumulative effect of all the budget changes that have happened this year?
Councilmember Langle.
For me, I'm really looking for what I would describe as one number estimate, which has to do with the estimate of the contract change, and also, of course, the impact associated with non-represented employees. our estimate of where the police negotiations are based on what we know now. And, you know, if you have any kind of gut add on, I think the last time there was just a couple items outstanding. Of course, they could go back through mediation. But I'm looking for an aggregate number because we've never had that. Council Director Mason has, chatted with me about it, but I don't know if everyone has that same information. So I'm not looking for a massive piece of information. At least I just think we have to know where we are on those big numbers.
That's fair. And there's also cost savings and benefits from some new employees and stuff like that. So I'll put that together. I just needed to know if the focus was just on salaries and benefits. Thank you.
That's what I was asking for. Councilmember Naplin may need more, but that's all I was asking for.
Councilmember Naplin?
I concur. I mean, those are ongoing costs. And so those are the trickiest to accommodate.
Thank you.
So Ms. Mason, the other thing that I would ask for as well is a look at our revenues based on, combining what we ended last year ahead with, as well as what we know we're already ahead based on projections and budgeted amount this year. Because I think it's very important to have the whole perspective and perhaps send out some of the financial reports that we have that show our trends over the last few years to have that clear picture of where our revenue is actually headed. Because I think that's very important if we're looking at expenses in aggregate, that we should also be looking at revenues in aggregate. So thank you. And we'll again now go ahead and move on to Agenda Bill 21-45B, short-term extension of on-call contracts. Mr. Laniszewski.
Thank you, Mayor. This is an item that is just continuing to reside on the agenda. We've spoken about it in committee, and then I think we spoke about it at council. These are just the on-call contracts that it takes to, run and support city staff in all facets of operations, as well as some capital planning. But for the most part, it's on-call operations. They generally support all the utilities, and then when we look for grants and try to sleuth out stuff in the beginning and the end. That's what these are for. They do expire June 31st, as previously pushed forward from December of last year. And again, with the anticipation, we would begin obtaining new consultants through a recognized process, which everybody had learned of in detail tonight. So that's where we are. The majority of those numbers too, you can see, of them, 5 are financially increased in request, and they are to facilitate continued development, management, and review, which are paid back via development, and we receive those funds to offset those costs.
Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, a question, Steve. You just mentioned the cost offset due to pass through to the developer. Is that reflected in this table? The table you have in here that that includes each consultant? No. Sorry, Steve. You say no?
No, it does not.
No, it does not. Okay. And is there costs, after the pass-through amount, is there still costs left over for the city?
Making sure I'm unmuted still.
Yeah.
Typically, the ones that we are requesting the increase for do not have associated costs for the city. Now, Laura can maybe double check with me, but those are pretty much development related, and we tried to keep it tight. And I think Alana twisted Laura's arm a little bit, recognizing how busy development is, as well as where we've been in years past on trying to squeak by on a contract and then coming, at the 11th hour in, November just to get through the end of the year with another contract amendment. So
So to help answer that question, Councilmember Schaefer, there are some of our contracts, for example, our arborist services or our environmental services. They're substantially for development and pass through, but we also need arborist services for just common residential projects or other things that we do that have to do with the tree policy. And then an example for ESA is they're providing us our shoreline master program support. We're finishing that update. And then they're also going to be supporting us in looking at park opportunities. So it's not all pass through, but the majority of it is.
Okay, yeah, that's very helpful. Good, thank you.
You.
Councilmember Lingle?
Yeah, I think it might be helpful if the council members on the finance committee address this request, because it is something we've discussed. It's also something, as I mentioned earlier today, we've provided to the directors what's called a bridge. And in the policy that everybody likes, Paul's Bow, there is discussion about what you do with a bridge. The issue with this is not so much about how much you can build. The issue really has to do with whether we have followed procurement law. And I remember very clearly Mr. Cotton saying, what's broken? Well, we could spend a lot of time talking about that. But what I would rather talk about is how we focus on essential services, which is precisely what Director Thomas did tonight. She identified an essential service. She put it forward. She had a justification for it. And what we have asked the directors to do is to identify their essential services, focusing on what it takes to get our building permits and our inspections done, which is much of this work. And then others that are not absolutely critical, starting those RFP processes and using some kind of a very abbreviated process. I think what is important for me personally, for everyone to understand, is that Agenda Bill 116A that was passed in December, that represents $1,190,000 in on-call consulting services. So whether it's billable or not, it is procurement under law. And, you know, I've said it several times tonight. We have a small a administration thing we've got to start talking about. We are spending a tremendous amount of money on-call contracts. And we need to get a handle on that. So we need a place to start. And I think kicking the can down the road for all of our contracts to the end of the year, speaking for me personally, I don't think that's a good strategy. So I would like to have our chair of our committee address this beyond anything I've said.
Yep. Mayor Pro Tem Remington.
Well, there's two parts. I think Dot did a good job of explaining the one of the concerns the committee has looked at. We've had a lot of contracts over time that some of them gone for well over 10 years where we just use the same one. And I think we did that under our existing policies, but we've recognized as we've done our research that, you know, the state law is pretty clear, MRSC and their recommendations for policies and city procurement policies, that you really need to have a much stronger outreach and do it more often. You know, whether that's 2, 3, 5 years, but certainly going over 10 years using the same folks doesn't show a real commitment to that strong outreach. Now, the other part of it, and this is just really practical for all of us to consider as council, key critical contracts that we need to operate the city in June 30th. And I don't think there's any intent to somehow harm our daily operations by not continuing, those contracts that support our work. So where are we at? I think the challenge here is trying to say, hey, we do want to encourage moving forward. One of the complications, if you will, is we don't have a procurement in place. So staff is pretty much trying to follow our current policy, which is on the books. But we recognize the other piece is that we know what our change is likely to look like, and that's going out for RFPs. So it's a bit of a dance here. No one wants to harm the city, but the point that Councilmember Lango was making, and I think that Councilmember Naplin said at our last committee meeting was, we're just looking for a commitment by the city, a plan. What's the plan in place to move these forward? Can we go ahead and pick out those main contracts? Director Thomas had said, she has a few that they're critical. I think Director Laniszewski had 12 of contracts, and of those 7 were really critical. Is that something we can focus on and make sure that we get these approved now, and then the others can wait until we can go through that whole process? We get the challenge. Doing RFPs is a lot of work. And I think you heard some of the background tonight. Doing those correctly is just a challenge for staff, and we're short staff. So, my personal feeling on it is, yes, we need to approve extending contracts, but we also, with that, need to see a plan in place of how are we going to move forward to really meet the intent here to go out and solicit other companies. So that's the balance. I don't think there's an easy answer. My suggestion is, before we run out of time here, June 30th, we need to extend some contracts, but we also need to see a plan in place of how do we start soliciting? How do we get out, and in what order are we going to start this process? So it's not easy. It's a challenge. We don't want to overburden staff, but we also, I think as a council, want to make, as a committee, we're trying to make, a very strong point, a very uncomfortable one at times, that we need to see a process in place. Yes, I think we can shoulder some responsibility that a lot of the things that we're asking them to do, go out and do more RFPs, isn't part of our current policy. But we've been working for a year on a policy. We know what it says. We know what state law says. And that's a work in progress. I told you earlier, it's draft. We're doing that tough work to try to compromise and come up with something. So that's what each one of you individually has to decide on. And so I don't know that I have an easy answer for it, but I think we have to be able to find a path forward that addresses both. And I think that hearing from each of you, if you've got questions, like I say, this is a tough spot for staff. They're just working every day trying to get the job done. They need these contracts to do it. But we also need to see a plan to how do we move forward from here. So thank you.
I'm going to pipe in here just a little bit. And with all due respect, staff brought up this exact challenge during the budgeting process last year. Council set a goal to have the policy done by March. We're in the middle of May and haven't made much progress. I know that Laura's been able to work on some things. I know that Steve's been able to, I know that there's some more work on go, but I don't know that it's fair to staff to ask for a plan before there's a policy in place. I don't think it's fair to ask staff to create procedures for something that's been on the horizon for really over a year. that is nowhere near completion. And I think that that's, I'm expressing a little frustration here in recognizing that every time we have a meeting regarding procurement, it continues to push this exact work further back and put the time crunch on staff. We all have been in agreement for this entire time. In fact, it was me and administration that brought procurement policy forth to begin with. And we have to get something in place. And I don't know that it's necessarily fair to ask staff to create a plan when they don't know what the policy is going to be. So I do have very big concerns about that, especially as we're talking a lot tonight about capacity and bandwidth. You know, it is, it's very, very challenging for staff. And when you look at the memo that I sent today, most of the burden of all the additional work that's coming to the city right now is the bulk of it is hitting Public Works. Public Works needs a policy in place so they can create their procedures and move forward. And I don't know, at this point, we're going to be continuing to reduplicate efforts. We don't know that going out for RFP is going to yield any different results. Going out for RFP before having a policy, I do have questions about that. And I'm just very concerned at the direction or lack of progress moving forward with the policy and in enabling staff to get the work done that they need to get done. It's no disrespect to the group and the body. It's challenging, but I think we're on our 4th iteration of recommended policy. And just, you know, a reminder to the group, initially the procurement policy came forth with a state auditor recommendation. There was a policy that was recommended. The committee didn't like that policy and moved a different direction. That's just fine. But we're well over a year into this process and on our 4th policy review. And frankly, our staff needs to be able to move forward with their work. And in particular, where finance is concerned, the finance committee has other work that we're going to have to be doing that has to be done before our next state audit. And if we don't get this move forward, that's another piece that's going to fall through the cracks and come back to bite the city if we don't get some clarity and get clarity for staff to be able to move forward. So I just want to share that concern. And I understand where everyone's coming from. You know, I've been very, you know, these are policies that I've wanted to get done for quite a while. But I can't do them unilaterally either. If I could do them unilaterally, we would have a strong policy in place that was, you know, supported by our city attorney and supported by state law and within comfortable thresholds for folks. But it's not. And it's a legislative body decision. But I'm just begging folks to get off the sticking point so that our staff can get back to work. And if you have specific standards that you want staff that you can guarantee are going to be in the policy, please submit them and we can potentially put a plan. But I don't think it's fair to ask staff to do that extra work when the other work is not completed. The work that they need to be able to move forward hasn't been completed yet. And it's all good intention. It's all good discussion. And I do want to honor that as well. But I also want to recognize that Dana probably has at least, 100 hours into this already. We're in the middle of, part of the implementation and our work plan for this year for all of our staff was partly predicated on this work being done. And we're not there. And it's going to create more staffing capacity issues in the long run. So, I respect the points being made and I agree with many of them, but we have to get to a point where we can get this work done and we don't run into problems with some of these contracts not being done. And so thank you for letting me share that perspective. Mayor Pro Tem Remington.
Thank you, Mayor. For some of us, we've been going about 5 hours now, and I see some need to take a break. Procedurally, I'm not sure the best way, but I'd recommend we take about a 5-minute break. I know we're on an important topic here, but I think all of us could just take that 5 minutes to take a breath and use a restroom and then come right back.
Yeah, I would actually, Mayor Pro Tem, I think we are all exhausted, and I would actually recommend that we ruminate on what everything that's been said and the challenges that we're facing, and come back with some further ideas on how to get it forward without increasing the burden on staff and getting them to where they need to be. Councilmember Langle and McHenry.
Yeah, I just want to say, well, I don't want to get into the things that I agree or disagree with. What I do want to say is that at the last FAC meeting, we put forward, council members, the 3 council members, put forward an idea about how to create some abbreviated process, which we believe will conform to state law. If the procurement policy incompletion was the issue, then why did we proceed with the facility RFP, which was not a priority of council? I'm very befuddled by that. Either the procurement policy incompletion is a problem or it wasn't. And so I just want to put away this whole thing about the procurement policy being necessary. We have been a member of MSRC for many years. They outline what you have to do. It's in state law. So I just want to get on with some kind of a middle of the road bridge that can get us to a new place. And so staff didn't have a chance to really talk to us much about that. And so maybe if we table this until the next meeting, they will have a chance to talk with us and we come up with an idea that everybody can be comfortable with. I
would support that,
guess that's all I gotta say.
Councilmember. I would support that.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schaefer and then McHenry.
Yeah, my concern is the clock is ticking on this, right? I mean, June 30th is literally a few weeks away. If we put this off until the next council meeting at the beginning of June, does that still give us time to respond to these contracts?
Mr. Laniszewski.
We're still going. Are we going to take a 5-minute recess or not? I'm good to go, but I thought you guys were.
Yeah, let's put a pause and take a 5-minute recess and come back.
Good.
Hi, Rick. I got a quick snack. Me awake. Snack time, almonds, protein.
Oh, good, good. Yeah, I think that was a good idea. I just got a quick glass of water to continue here. I should have got a glass of either a glass of coffee or a glass of something something else to continue, but I'll do with water for now.
Thank you for the break, everybody.
Well, all I gotta say is more chocolate.
Well, some of you can eat chocolate and not worry about it. The rest of us have to worry about it.
Well, I probably should worry about the amount of chocolate I've eaten during this council meeting. I really should.
We can
Hey,
take
we
the dogs
would
for a walk.
help
Doc.
you.
Yeah, we can take the dogs for a walk.
All right. Oh, Jennifer's got hers. Oh, this is my late night snacking hour, so it's not good to see food. All right, so let's go ahead and reconvene. I think, perhaps one of the things, I'm just going to throw this out there is, there obviously we need to continue to have more discussion, but there's a lot of history with this as well. And we've got deadlines that we have to meet. So I'm just going to throw this out there and ask council for a commitment to wrap up at least the on-call portion of the contract policy by our June deadline. And we can get staff to, as Steve and Laura started to talk about some of those essential things and move things forward, but we've got to make sure that we have services in place. So if we can get a commitment from council to work to at least get the on-call part done by the middle of June, so we can get these contracts done, it would be greatly appreciated. And then we can table this for the evening and come back for another discussion. Councilmember McHenry.
I guess what I wanted to ask before the break was, we just saw the procurement policy come to COW tonight. So as someone not on that committee, I don't have an understanding of what the expected timeline is to complete it. So I don't know if it's realistic to, if not extend through the end of the year, well, when would it get done by? If it gets done in another month or two, maybe it's fine to only extend to, later in the year, but not all the way to December, like Councilmember Langle had mentioned. So I don't have an understanding of what is realistic to expect. I'm also fine potentially going to the end of the year if it's going to take more time to go through. But I do understand the points that council members on the committee brought up, and I respect those. I, as someone not on that committee, I don't have a full understanding of what the projected timelines are here.
Yeah, I think we should let's Mr. Laniszewski or Ms. Thomas give a perspective of how much it takes to draft each RFP, because just the writing of each RFP is significant time. And I appreciate and value perhaps we extend them for a few more months and then do it again. But we've got to also look at the expansive amount of staff time it takes. And a lot of that time is, and especially in Ms. Thomas's case, is director time that doesn't exist. And so that means other key projects get put on hold. And is that what we want as a city when we're already capacity is low? So that's just a question for, to think about. Councilmember Langle.
Yeah, I'm going to put in a commercial pitch here for coming up with an abbreviated RFP process, whether it's dealing with this as a bridge or moving forward. It is just essential that we find that more efficient spot for so many of these contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And we just, staff hadn't seen our idea before our last meeting. And I really think there's some hope there, because even if we pass this whole procurement policy, these RFP requirements are onerous given the size of our organization. And we've just got to find some abbreviated strategies until we deal with the small A administration.
Yep.
So that's my commercial pitch.
Yeah, and to just to reiterate, Councilmember McHenry, what I'm saying is, if we can get to an agreement on the on-call stuff, so we can get that done, we can do the rest of the procurement over the next few months and get it finalized. But this is the urgent, critical work that has to get done. And I think that that's doable if everybody can agree to committing to complete it. Councilmember Schaefer and then Councilmember Naplin.
So I will definitely agree to committing to complete this. And Steve, does this present difficulties to you if we delay this till the next meeting or not?
So let me pull this up. I don't think anybody's contesting where we're going with what and how we do it. And my screen just jumped around. But this is the excerpt for on-call. And I think the interesting points to note are the financial thresholds. And Dana, correct me if I'm wrong, can you remind, I couldn't find it here real quick. The term for an on-call, was it a 2 or 3 year with 1 or 2 1-year extensions? What was the numbers?
I cannot remember. I'll have to look at
I know them.
Yeah. Councilmember
I've
Lang.
committed them to heart if you want to know them.
Yeah, what do you got?
Okay, and Daniel Kenny, I checked this with him. They state auditors originally didn't like on calls. The current thinking is up to 3 years. It can be done one of 2 ways. It can be done with a 2-year and a 1-year extension, which can be done administratively, or it can be done 1 year with 2 1-year extensions, which could be done administratively. Of course, you're still dealing with the original RFP and the original amount of money. I mean, which my guess is for a multi-year contract, it's going to go to council anyway. And just again, keep this in mind, we're looking forward to continuing to evaluate our process. There is some new language floating around where those contracts could go even 4 years, but all that information is not in yet. So those are what our attorney told me are the 2 ways he's seen this done.
I believe that. So I'm going to say 3 years. And then can you confirm, did my screen switch to the table?
Yes.
Okay. So it's nice I can go back and forth. So 150,000 is a full RFQ, right? Posting, got to let it soak a couple weeks. You've got to then review what's submitted with a committee of obviously staff, host some interviews depending on the process, how many we do, and then get into a contract with a qualified candidate. So that's let's call that 6 weeks at best. Every contract on this list over 3 years is likely going to exceed that $150,000 threshold, right? We'll do 3 years if we can because it's just less work. It's more efficient. We always have a cancellation clause. If the consultant stinks, we get rid of them. So we would start over if that was the case anyway. But we hope we find a team member because this is an extension of a team. And I will bore you briefly. And I know Councilmember Langell told you the contract totals that are awarded, but we are at 616,000 plus or minus of our current contract spent to date over a year and a half. So sometimes they're bigger and we don't use them all. Sometimes they're not and we run out. But we try to be as accurate as possible. You can see here, Transpo, they are integral to our development review. They own our transportation model. They assist us with our tip and everything else that goes into creating our traffic impact fees. They are essential. Murray Smith handles our water system. They have our water model. They're only at 30 grand because we expected them to be assisting us more in depth with our telemetry, which they are. That will be ramping up as we had another pump issue just yesterday, and telemetry is coming forward. I have directed staff because we're done band-aiding this system. PACE handles engineering development review of the civil plans that come through. A plan set is 50 to 100 pages nowadays, depending on the size of the plat. Smaller plats are, in the 20-page range. So there's a lot of development review there. Geoengineers, we barely use them. They come out in critical times, and I'd hate to not have a critical time support, engineer on call. KPG, we could do without. Kovach, Laura uses them more for peer review of development and the architectural drawings on developments that come in that need site plan review and approval. That's her more than me, but we do use Andy for small things when necessary, but very little. Parametrics, integral to our sewer operations. ESA, integral to all of our consultant support for sensitive areas, wetlands, not only with development review, but as far as we have our own wetland mitigation projects from our own projects that they support. Otto Rosenau does all of our testing, and it's similar to geotechnical engineering. We don't use them all that much, but they are a resource we contact frequently relative to development review. West Coast Consulting is Laura's support for building official, building inspection, building plans review, anything building. DA Hogan does very little for us when we're not dealing much with parks. You can see that. Blue Line, they are development review. The majority of that is for planning. And Bartlett is our arborist. So they do development review, and then they are a peer consultant for staff when Public Works needs them to come out and spot check things. So some of these surely would fall under these smaller ones over a 3-year term at, within SOQ, which the SOQ process, depending on the thresholds, which again, I don't think staff's arguing. We've got either, if you can see a $50,000, you go look for 5 off the list for Municipal Research Services, MRSC, or if it's bigger, you pick 10. We will obviously qualify folks on the MWDBE classifications when possible, and the table is very easy to do when you do research from MRSC. So those are expedited processes, but each consultant selection is a process. That's staff's. We're not here to be combative, but I hope people understand this takes time. We are in the throes of the busiest development time ever. We are in the throes of more problems with Public Works not being able to invest in our systems than ever, and we have a lot of work to do that is ongoing. So that's staff's plea for knowing that there's no way that we could hire anybody between now and June 31st. For any discipline.
Let me respond by saying, take a look at what has been suggested to you, and I think you will see. Well, first of all, I don't think. Okay, I'll just stop. Just take a look at what we gave you. That's all I ask.
Okay. Did you call on me?
Councilmember Naplin, we are still in a formal meeting, so please raise your hands so that we can go in order and keep some tempo. But go ahead, Councilmember.
I thought I heard you call my name.
I didn't, but that's okay. Now you hear it, so we're good.
Okay. I just wanted to point out that what is on the screen right now is a proposal by staff, and that is, from what I'm looking at, it's not in alignment with what the committee has recommended. So I just wanted to mention that. Anyway, I think what's happening here is it's turning into a bigger deal than it really needs to be. All we're saying is the current process of glancing at the MRSC generic statement of qualifications that firms submit for the entire state, and then just picking the same person you've used for 10 years again, is not a process that is robust enough to meet what we are seeing in state law, recommendations from the auditor, recommendations from MRSC. And so along 6 months ago, or however long ago, when we did the first extension, we said, why don't you pick a couple and do the more robust process that you do. Staff knows how to do RFQs. We do them for other things. We're just saying, do a more robust process to where you actually let firms know that you need on-call services, so they can do a Duval specific proposal of sharing with you their qualifications of why they would be a good fit, and do a review. And at no point has it ever been that, if we didn't get the procurement policy, that they couldn't proceed on some of these. And so it's a little confusing. State law is pretty clear. Recommendations are pretty clear. Our current code, our current procurement policy would not prohibit you from doing this process. In fact, we do these all the time. But for some reason with on-call, there's been a practice of just looking at the roster and just choosing someone. And that is what we had trouble with. So I will stop, but I
asked
had a
Mr.
long time
Lenishevsky.
ago, and a lot of other people had a long turn, and I just felt like I should have my turn because I am on the procurement policy and have been working on this for a year.
So
and I didn't have a turn during the procurement meeting. So,
Mr. Lenishevsky, can you please address that issue of simply the accusation of simply looking at a list and determining contractors?
So first off, that was right out of the Cal packet. It wasn't my intention to say it was or wasn't anybody's. I didn't put the packet together. I just pulled up what was in the committee of the whole packet. So I guess my fault for not knowing what was in the packet. But again, we're not amenable to what's proposed. Whether those thresholds are a little different and numbers are a little different, that's fine. That's not the intent. The intent is just to explain the time it takes to obtain someone through any review process. Right? That's where we're at. Routinely, again, time is low. We don't have a lot of time to procure, so we try to procure it in the best way we can. And it is difficult to procure on call because when they do a good job, you tend to keep them around because they're a team member, right? So that's the contracts that come back routinely. No arguing there. Like we've spoken, Parametrics has been on board since they designed this plant in 2004, right? So our team knows this plant better than we do because not only did they design it, but they're continuing to assist us in operating and upgrading it as it changes and needs. Things wear out, times change, technology change, so it's difficult. It's like throwing a staff member away that works here just because it's time to find a new one. So it's a difficult process just to engage in when things work, and it does make it difficult to open up your mind, so to speak, which we understand times change and there are more people out there, and we can do that. And the policy as presented, regardless of what thresholds are in there, staff isn't arguing that. It's just the time to take to implement any new procurement. That's all we're concerned with. And we want to be honest. I don't want to say, hey, knock this sucker out in 3 weeks and we'll get everybody on board in 3 months. There's just no way. Even if you folks wanted it, I would just sit here honestly, and I think Mr. Cotton has met me. I don't have a filter. I tell you how it is. There's no way it's going to happen because we just don't have the time. You could stop everything else and we could figure it out, sure. But I mean, there's just work that goes into it that can't happen in a vacuum. So that's our concern.
Mr. Cotton?
Mayor, members of the City Council, I work 20 hours a week. A third of my time has been at this meeting. So I haven't done very much tonight. I feel like I shouldn't be accepting any funds for this. So in the interest of supporting the Duval public in the use of their funds for me, I'd like to suggest something that is based on seeing 190 council members debate similar things, not quite like this, but similar roadblocks over those many decades. And what I'm going to suggest is one of two things. Either this be tabled, because I hear very valid points on everyone's point, yet I don't think people are hearing from the standpoint of action. Neither staff nor council members are making any movement. So tabling is one way to move in a way that doesn't waste everyone's time or the taxpayers' money. I don't work on Wednesday. Some of these folks are going to be there at, first thing in the morning, and we need them to be fresher. Second, if that doesn't work, Mayor, I think you have the authority. You can correct me if I'm wrong. The idea of having regular reviews of on-call contracts to some extent makes sense. It's been said it's state law. It's obviously been happening and no one's in jail. So I'm not quite sure why, but rather than debate why, I think we could agree that it's better to have these rotate from time to time than not. So it seems to me an alternative way to move forward would be for you, using your executive authority, to say, to bind the city staff to do one, for example, in the next 6 months, get it done. And with that, call for a vote if that's something that you can do under the rules.
Thank you. Yep. I like that approach. I think I really do like that approach. And I think we still have to have council buy-in to continue on these contracts in order to continue services. And I think that's part of the roadblock and challenge. I would like to close this meeting and have folks sleep on this and think about it, and come back to try and get some resolution. And if it means that we need to have a special meeting next week, even if it's during the middle of the day, I'm amenable to that, because this is something that we can no longer wait on. Councilmember Schaefer?
Yeah, I would like us to try to separate the procurement process from the near-term need we have to continue these on-call contracts. All the discussion we've had has been primarily on the procurement process. On the other hand, we're sitting on a very limited time, as Steve keeps reminding us, that these services need to continue. So I'd like to hear, I guess, the council's willingness to approve this action tonight, now, and keep working on the procurement process longer term. But I see very little benefit in shelving the approval for another 2 weeks or another week or whatever to continue these these current contracts. They, as Steve showed us, most of them provide essential services we have to continue. And if the contract expires at the end of June 30th, I don't want us to be in a very difficult place at that time.
Councilmember McHenry?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what Councilmember Schaefer said. I mean, it just seems like the easiest path forward would be to separate them like you spoke about. And I kind of keep feeling like we're putting a lot of unnecessary pressure on ourselves. And it will get done. I know there's a commitment. I know this is a council of action. But I guess I'm not seeing the harm, and I'm sure somebody could correct me on that and tell me why, but I think we could move forward with this and still commit to finishing and getting this done, just take that pressure off. But I think it'll happen.
Absolutely. Councilmember Naplin?
The issue here is that this is an extension, again, of contracts that have not been through any significant procurement process in years and years and years. So it makes me feel very uncomfortable to continue to extend contracts beyond what is at all recommended by auditors or MRSC as being in compliance with the law. And so unless we have a commitment and a plan to move forward, I don't feel that it's right to continue to kick the can. I mean, we did this 6 months ago. And in the meantime, the finance committee said, hey, why don't you start picking a couple? You don't want to do them all at once. That's going to be miserable. Once the procurement policy comes through, you don't want to have to do all of them at once. Just start doing some. Show us. Maybe you'll learn something that will provide input to the procurement policy to help, even if you did a more robust process. It's similar to how we did the grant process, where we said, hey, let's go through the grant cycle once, we might learn something. And so we've been encouraging start. There's nothing to nothing holding you back from doing a more robust process, an actual process.
Well, Councilmember Naplin,
So
Councilmember
for
Naplin,
me,
I think
I am in support of moving this forward as long as we have a commitment that some of these will start going through a process.
you've already had that commitment from us for quite a long time. And so, but
none happened in the last 6 months.
we don't have it. Councilmember Naplin, there's no policy in place. We are following existing policy. And I think Mr. Cotton made a really good suggestion. And Mr. Schaefer has made a good suggestion as well. And I would encourage council to heed those suggestions and get us to move forward. Councilmember Lingle.
Number one, I can just tell you right now, tonight, there is no way I would support extending all these contracts. We take a pledge to follow state law, and I have absolutely no reason to believe, based on months and months and months and months of reading, talking, looking at legal stuff, to believe that we are adhering to that. So I cannot. Wait, may I finish, please?
Yes.
It is not the staff's fault. It is not. It is the old Duval Municipal Code that is the problem. So, number two, I would appreciate staff working with us to look at the proposal that we have put forward as 3 council members before we start making these huge leaps. I think they would see, if they would just everybody be calm a minute, I think they would see there is a path forward for bridging these 2 periods. I really do think they would. But the all or none, Mr. Cotton is correct. It is not going anywhere. So I would support tabling it, looking at it with staff, and trying to come back with something that we can all agree on. And hopefully something we can use in the future that will be a shorter process.
So Councilmember Lingle, I did agree with you with that earlier in this meeting. I think one of the concerns I have right now is that all of our contracts go through legal. We are audited every year. This has not been raised as an issue. And so part of my concern is that I am concerned about the elevation of it. And I'll just share that, but I agree that we can get to that path forward. To your suggestion that, I already agreed to, and I think staff can agree to that too. But I also need a commitment from council to listen to staff's feedback and challenges when we look and make that compromise. From what you have just said, you're helping with that, and it's much appreciated. I think everyone knows me well enough that I like to follow things to a T. As you heard, even specifically in the Big Rock discussion this evening, following our processes, including folks, making sure we're doing the right thing. I think that, frankly, the constant accusations, saying that staff is doing things illegally is very damaging to staff morale, and that they are doing things with the tools that they have. And I think that it presents a negative tone that makes it impossible for staff to move out of a defensive mode. And it's a natural human tendency for that to occur. But as I understand it, I wasn't at the last meeting. It was very difficult for staff to provide feedback. In addition, at that meeting and in meetings that I have been at, that has also been the case at times. So it's important work. We want to get it done. We all agree that we want to ensure that our policies are in line with state law. But I think, to Mr. Cotton's point, and Councilmember Lingle and Schaefer, that there's a path forward to do it, and we just need to commit and get it done. Mr. Kenny, you have your camera on, so I assume you have a comment.
I just wanted to quickly chime in. I was just scrolling through all of the on-call contracts that are proposed. the original contract date for every single one of them is late 2018, which would put an extension to later this year within the 3 years that is anticipated by the FAC committee anyway. And so if there is a worry about greatly overextending these contracts, which I heard earlier, based on the sheet for each one that lists the original contract date, those are all around November, late November 2018, which would put it to late November 2021 this year. And so, you know, we're not overshooting these things by many years. And so one option would be to allow extensions to the 3 years past the original contract date as listed, is one way to stay within the timeframes that is anticipated by a future policy and current policy.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Any thoughts on council on that? We are at 11:10. And if I'm just not sure where to go at this point. So let's go ahead and table this for tonight and move, if folks are amenable, move the Westcott item to our next meeting. Think about what Mr. Cotton and Ms. Councilmember Langle and Schaefer and Attorney Kenny have said. Call me or Mr. Cotton or our attorney with questions and hope to get this to resolution. Clerk Wyckoff.
I just wanted, in case you didn't see it on the agenda, Mayor, there is one more item, the ordinance for the COLA adjustment that Mr. Cotton was going to bring forward.
I suggest that we table it for this evening. It's not ideal, but Finance Director Mason.
If we do table it, we'll need to change, it was going to be effective June 1st, so we'll need to change. I don't know if that matters, but we'll just need to do some more calculations because we'll have to adjust the COLA amount again.
Mr. Cotton?
May I humbly suggest, Mayor, to see if there's nodding of heads as to if there's general support for the item. I only had 3 points to make. One of which was to say we amended the ordinance to address the 1.75% in the whereas.
It's up to the body, but I'm okay with that if the body is. I'm just trying to get folks to sleep. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and move to that agenda item and table this till the next and encourage, again, think, ask questions, and we'll get it done. So Agenda Bill 21-46B, ordinance for a cost of living adjustment for non-representative employees. Mr. Cotton.
At the risk of being too brief, I've never been accused of being long-winded. 4.29% levels the playing field with the contract. The City Council has discussed that before. There is a 1.75% reduction mentioned in the whereas for the next year to make sure there's no unplanned overpayment. That was a point that was made last meeting, and that whereas is included. And I would share my screen, except I might not be any more successful than I was the last time with more practice. We always use Google Meet in my other places. But page 116, you can see the ordinance if you didn't get a chance to view it already. And the last point is that on June 1st, we'll be back with an ordinance addressing the vacation and the medical issues that would also produce parity. And that will include expenditures, and that'll be included, I'm sure, in the Finance Director's numbers as well. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, do we have a motion?
I move that we adopt.
I have a motion.
What?
Councilmember Brodnicki.
Oh, she can go.
Okay. We must have a
Go for
timeline.
it. I'm ready to second it.
So I move that we adopt AB 21-46B ordinance cost of living adjustment for non-represented employees.
I second.
Great. We have a motion by Council Brednicki and a second by Councilmember Langle. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And with that, if there isn't, we'll actually take a formal vote on this adjournment to table, to move our Agenda Bill 21-13B to the next meeting in June and adjourn our meeting at 11:15 p.m. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. Motion passes. And thank you all. This is challenging work. We all have the same goals.